Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem. Chapter 171-175. By the Bonfire, The Cost of Sin, Part 1. The room was oddly silent, at least aside from the intermittent beeping sound of the heart monitor. Everything else remained quiet as it had always been. Her eyes remained fixed on the expression that seemed so peaceful. He looked as though he had fallen fast asleep, rather than experienced a complete drainage of his magical circuits. No, it was more than that. It was as though he had been drained just enough to put him into this state but not enough to kill him. Whatever servant had been inside his body, whatever caster they had been. They knew exactly what they were doing, flawlessly entering his body and keeping themselves hidden away inside while ensuring there was no permanent damage done to him. But she couldn't speak to what had happened until he was awake once again. Then she could lambaste him to her heart's content for his complete and utter stupidity in allowing a servant to enter his body. Did he think he was Mash Kyrielite? Did he suddenly get a big head because of his success and believe he could possibly endure the strength of a servant within his own body? More to the point, why would he even accept the idea of allowing another entity, a being as powerful as a servant, into his own mind and then treat it so casually? There was no way of knowing what sort of damage they had done to Fujimaru's mind. They had already drained his magical energy to the very last drop. They had puppeted his body and made him kill multiple servants, all with frightening ease, which spoke volumes of their ability, and managed to conceal their true name from even a ruler-class servant. She managed to get that little tidbit of information from Mash in the aftermath. It had been the first thing on her agenda. Finding out who just took control of Fujimaru. Then she found out he had allowed a servant to enter his body without ever discovering their true name, nor making a real attempt to discover it. She hadn't even bothered to ask what else happened in the Singularity thus far, especially since there were very few alive who had been a part of the original team to tell them, and those who were still around were too injured to debrief at the moment. Well, that wasn't wholly accurate. There was still Mash to debrief. And one other. She was brought back into the world around her by the repeated use of her name, turning towards the voice and finding Dr. Romani staring at her with a strained expression, his arms by his side, concern slowly coming upon his features the longer he looked towards her. Was there something else you needed to say? The doctor opened his mouth to speak, then slowly closed it again, letting out a short breath from his nose. Just that Fujimaru-kun's vitals appear to have stabilized. There is no telling when he will awaken again, but physically he is in very good condition, though I would personally chalk that down towards the magical aid he received from our latest arrival. He trailed off and slowly directed his eyes towards the corner of the room just over her shoulder. She knew what he was looking at, just as she felt the screaming silence of her very presence, the rising of the hairs on the back of her neck as the individual just stared at them. Bringing her arms to her chest, she folded them over and slowly let out a breath. Nodding once to the doctor, she could at least trust Romani to do this aspect of his job. He had proven himself more than capable enough in the past. This was his field of expertise. Rising up from her seated position, she slid the wheeled chair backwards, turning her attention back to Fujimaru upon the bed. See to it he recovers. Romani nodded back to her, sending one final look towards the individual in the corner and then back to Fujimaru, approaching the bed and looming over it for a brief moment before humming to himself and directing his attention to the many monitors and equipment that surrounded him. Reminding the doctor just how important Fujimaru was would be pointless. He understood that just as much as she did. When he woke up, she could chide him for his recklessness all she wanted. The sight of his bloodied hands passed through her mind, his vacant expression staring up at the sky while the fading bodies of the servants he killed surrounded her. No, not the servants he killed. The servants he was forced to kill with his own hands, presumably while he was powerless to actually do anything about it, a prisoner in his own body. Her eyes lingered on his expression for a few moments longer, her features tightening slightly. A short breath escaped her nose as her eyes closed themselves. Shouting at him would do absolutely nothing, neither would yelling at him. She knew what Fujimaru was like, the naive idiot that he was. Screaming in his face about how foolish his actions were wouldn't do anything, certainly wouldn't make his mental state any better. So long as he just woke up, that would be an achievement for her at the moment. Whatever came next was just something everyone would have to work with. Turning back around, her eyes fell onto the caster variation of Cu Chulainn, though she supposed he was now the only Cu Chulainn they had. Given that readings indicated the Lancer had been obliterated during the battle with Gwyn, who had now escaped. The caster glanced at her from the corner of his eye as he leaned against the wall near the door. The look lasted all of a few seconds before the crimson orb returned to the other individual in the room. The other individual in the room was just as silent, though stood more tentatively than caster. Oda Nobunaga had her sights fixed firmly upon the woman, her expression set in something resembling a challenging frown, as though she was just waiting for the opportunity to do something. All of the attention was fixed solely on the final individual in the room. The dark-cloaked woman with her folded black wings silently stared towards the caster, then to the archer, golden eyes unchanging before they finally switched targets towards her. Olga felt herself momentarily stiffen under the weight of the gaze before the pressure vanished, the eyes closed themselves and the goddess folded her hands over her waist. When the eyes opened up, the shine in them was noticeably less intense than before, yet the slight tension remained. Olga was only marginally comforted by the presence of Cu Chulainn and Oda Nobunaga being in the room, though given the fact the goddess had apparently followed them back during the ray shift, there was probably a great deal they could do. It was only her healing of Fujimaru that ingratiated her enough to be allowed to remain. At least until Olga figured out what happened down there, days without contact, and they arrived to find whatever they found. It cost Chaldea dearly, that was for sure. There was probably a better place they could do this, but with Fujimaru now secured and in no further danger, at least, not physically, she could finally move on to what happened down there. Her eyes lingered on the goddess for a moment longer, then directed themselves towards Nobunaga. I have Sullivan currently calling for Ash to be executed, and Scathach is lingering outside his room and ignoring the prospect of rest. It is only the fact that Fujimaru has yet to awaken and give them orders, not to mention the vocal disagreement from Mash, that has managed to keep them at bay thus far. Her eyes narrowed. What happened? Nobunaga was silent for a good few seconds, keeping her eyes on the goddess, then flickered her eyes to her and grimaced in displeasure. Fubar. She blinked. Cu kept his expression cold, yet a snort still echoed throughout the room. Her brows furrowed and she felt her lip curl downwards. What? Red eyes closed, Nobunaga let out a breath. From the very beginning. Ended up inside a reality marble. People were getting put to sleep by whatever was going on in there, ruled by these weird bird people in there. She made a cycling motion with her hand, goddess, as they called her. On the back foot right at the start. She jerked her head towards Ritsuka. Master said he got summoned all alone. Conditions in the reality marble were completely and utterly hostile to human life. Said this, caster, saved his life and in return, asked for a body. She raised the flat of her hand, shaking her head. It sounded dodgy to me as well, same with ruler. Didn't find out until later, but Master was fairly adamant he trusted them, so she shrugged her shoulders. Fujimaru trusted this caster. That worked out splendidly, didn't it? That was a horrible thought to cross her mind. Shame flooded her a second later. This was one of her subordinates, a civilian, who had been put in an already terrible situation which proceeded to get worse. Shaking her head slightly, she nodded for the archer to continue. Basically it was the Arctic. Cold enough that even we could feel it, and prolonged exposure wouldn't have done us any favors. Ended up with Ash, wandered around for a bit and then walked into an encounter with Percival and this little demon kid. Traveled with them and learned of more servants, eventually ended up in this little tree oasis run by this powerful nature spirit. Nature spirit. That was concerning by itself, the presence of a nature spirit within a reality marble. That was another thing she was wrapping her head around, was something to be wary of. Namely because nature spirits were the senses of the planet. If one of them was in a place cut off from the world and still regarded as powerful, then it spoke volumes. Nobunaga's face twisted slightly. yeah, they were more neutral though. Neither with us or against us and mainly focused on keeping everyone else safe or something. Shaking her head, she continued on, anyway, well, actually before that, we got attacked by some of the servants in charge of the reality marble and Ash got hit with this whammy mental attack. Started freaking out and panicking, nothing could be done for him, not even the saint could find anything wrong with his head. Olga frowned. Some manner of mental attack. He was hearing voices telling him to commit ritual suicide. She paused for a moment, then made a face. More or less, turns out they were messages his mother implanted him with. She glanced towards the woman in the corner of the room. Nice daughter you got there, real family type. The goddess didn't make a single noise, content to seemingly remain silent. Anyway, oh yeah, turns out Ash is actually some sort of demigod or something. She added, the fact she considered that an afterthought briefly struck her as bewildering, actually having to take a few seconds to register the words in her mind before realizing that Nobunaga actually had more to say. Anyway, wouldn't have been a problem if the lady never showed up. Turns out his mother did end up in the Singularity and, yeah, very unpleasant woman. Olga cut the archer off, closing her eyes and taking in a sharp breath. While this was all very interesting, and rather alarming, what she wanted to know was why there were now calls for the execution of Ash and why the servants were now alarmed about him. That was the most pressing thing right now, especially since the last regarded readings she had seen before traveling down to the Singularity were the fact that his Saint Graph reading was registering millions of individual rankings and it was growing. From all manner of beings. Then they arrive and suddenly find a god roaming the streets. ... What happened with Ash? Nobunaga's face twisted. ... He got kind of antsy. Walked off to be alone. Master goes over to check on him and then, she closed her eyes and exhaled. Turns out Solomon showed up in his mind and they had a chat. Olga felt her blood run cold the second she heard the name, vaguely aware of a gasp behind her and something clattering to the floor, presumably from Romani, but instead her eyes were firmly fixed upon the archer in front of her. She could see the mouth move, but all she heard were muffled noises. Nobunaga stopped speaking, her brows furrowed and her left hand came up, snapping her fingers directly in Olga's face. Something she noticed instantly and batted the hand aside with a frown. Don't do that. Solomon showed up. The archer frowned for a moment, then nodded. That's what I just said. Ash apparently talked with the guy about something. Can't have been good because next thing you know, he's trying to decapitate Master. He what? Solomon tried to get Ash to kill Fujimaru-kun. Romani's voice from behind her, at least he was paying attention. Though that should have gone without question given their current situation, he was asking the questions before she could but he still voiced her thoughts. Then narrowed her eyes when she noticed that Nobunaga made a pained grimace, only compounded when they shook their head. Not as such, no. She replied, turns out that was all his choice to do after the conversation with Solomon. Huh, what? Once more, Romani voiced her thoughts for her, mainly because she was still repeating the sentence again and again inside her mind. Ash tried to kill Fujimaru. That didn't make sense. Why would he do something like that? Why would Ash try to kill Fujimaru-kun? Romani continued onwards, confusion lining his every word. That doesn't make sense. They've been working together since the Singularity in Fuyuki. Why would he suddenly try to kill Fujimaru-kun now? Olga was inclined to agree with Romani's words, that didn't make even an ounce of sense to her. For one thing, Ash had been vehemently on their side from the very beginning and hadn't shown even an ounce of unwillingness to follow Fujimaru's orders. The only time he had proven somewhat problematic was during the Okeanos Singularity, but that was somewhat understandable, at least in part. She had been similarly infuriated by the complete foolery from Francis Drake on multiple occasions during their monitoring of the situation. Well, there was whatever happened during that miniature singularity during Rome at the hands of Nero, when he engaged that other saber in a fight, but that was chalked up to them not being used to holding back. Now she was being fed some sort of rubbish about Ash trying to turn around and kill them then and there. He would just. He would betray them with no warning and conveniently after a single conversation with Solomon. It was completely unthinkable. For one thing, she had seen him fighting with them towards the end of the Singularity. So why would he do that if he was trying to kill them? In fact, he had just protected them from being smote by the god present in the Singularity and just barely managed to escape the attempt on his life at the hands of the caster. In the first place, what did Oda Nobunaga even understand of magecraft in the beginning? What did she even know about it? She was nothing more than a military warlord from feudal Japan at a time when mystery was all but eradicated from the country. How could she possibly understand what was going through Ash's mind immediately after he was on the receiving end of a mental attack? Sullivan was already a biased source from the onset, with the fact Ash had been responsible for his death and had made his opinion on the saber quite well known. Suddenly Nobunaga was claiming that Ash did all this of his own volition after a conversation with the King of Mages. She felt her lip curl down, her brows furrow and her eyes narrow. Absolutely not. This was an absurd line of thinking to adopt. It was more likely that Solomon had noticed the lingering effects of the mental attack and targeted the saber when he was weakened. As for his behavior towards the end of the Singularity, it would simply be a matter of him breaking out of the spell placed upon him by the King of Mages. That was what happened, not that he tried to betray them again. I did plant the bomb under your feet and you, in fact, did die. That wouldn't happen to her twice in a row. That couldn't happen to her. It just wasn't right. Vehemently shaking her head from side to side, she rejected the argument instantly. Nonsense. Far more that he was under the control of Solomon for a short time and then worked to try and kill you. Nobunaga had the audacity to sigh at her. Listen. No, you listen. She hissed, cutting them off. Everything from the last few days came flooding back towards her. The Singularity, Calamate, the entire thing being orchestrated just to test her. All of it. Nobunaga paused, raising their brows at her but remaining silent as she continued. Your master, my subordinate, is currently lying on that bed after having been possessed by a servant. There is currently a god somewhere in the world with a Holy Grail in their grasp. We lost a good deal of servants in the battle in London and now you're telling me. Something cracked, her voice rose in pitch. Now you're telling me that the servant that has worked with us since Fuyuki, Ash, has just willingly betrayed Chaldea and tried to sabotage everything he's worked towards these last few months. The breath came out of her in pants, her voice lowering back down from having screamed, focusing solely on the archer in front of her, meeting her gaze with an expression of cool indifference. After what amounted to a few seconds of silence, they eventually spoke in a slow and piercing tone of voice. You've been betrayed before then. Look. Nobunaga reached up, closing their eyes and rubbing their brows. I'm just telling you what he said. Hell, he all but announced his intentions as he tried to kill all of us. Though, given that sword, now I'm wondering how hard he was actually trying. She muttered that last part quietly, eyes drifting to the side for a moment before they returned. Whether you believe me doesn't change that. She pointed squarely at her chest. You know who I am. You know what my legend is. Crimson eyes narrowed. Do you really believe I wouldn't know a betrayal when I see one? Olga felt her shoulders slump slightly. He can't have, he helped. Sure. The archer agreed easily, nodding her head up and down. He helped at the end. Did damn fine work at the end. Probably saved Master's life when he did that. Doesn't change he tried to kill them first. She waved her hand. You want to know why? Because he got messed up in the head at birth and he doesn't get what humans are actually supposed to live like. That's why. What the heck did that even mean? What did any of that even mean? He didn't look as though he was insane. He certainly didn't strike her as being anything like someone like Beryl Gut, so what was any of that supposed to mean? Nobunaga raised her hands. Mind you, I've had a couple of my own retainers betray me in the past and as far as betrayals go, theirs went a lot better but, she shrugged her shoulders, glancing past her towards the bed where Fujimaru currently lay. Not my choice. I'd say it was Master's but he's out for the count for however long and you're the next rank up so it's technically your choice now. Her choice. Her choice for what? Olga's eyes turned towards the goddess in the corner and narrowed. The dark-haired divinity met her glare with another cool look. Something which rather infuriated her, just some sense that she knew better than everyone else. Some smug aura that was hidden behind that calm mask. She'd seen that before. And who even is this? The goddess bowed her head slightly. I was curious when that question would be posed. I am Velka, goddess of sin. Her head came back up. And I am here to accept your judgment. Huh, what? Velka continued onwards. It was by my hand that Gwyn was restored to life, and it was by my hand that my grandson was brought to the brink of madness. The intervention of Solomon was coincidental, the singularity was constructed for him. Olga blinked. The words that she wished to speak didn't arrive to her, instead she fixed the goddess with a rather bewildered look. The way she was speaking sounded as though she was the one who was the architect of the singularity in the first place. Which meant she was also the one responsible for everything that went wrong down there. Her eyes narrowed and she took a step backwards, opening her mouth and ready to shout out commands to the servants in the room. The command died on her lips. She met the expectant stare of the goddess for a few seconds longer before her eyes narrowed. Her shoulders tensed themselves and she adjusted her footing, mentally sending out a call for Brynhildr to approach the medical office and be on standby. Just in case something happened. Rolling her jaw, Olga found as though there were a multitude of questions that she wanted to ask, yet the only one that emerged was a simple one. Why? Velka remained silent for a moment before she exhaled, shaking her head from side to side. From the moment my grandson arrived in your world, he was limited. Holding himself back, both physically and mentally. She hummed, you would call it a willing blindness to the truth, both of himself and the world around him. I watched him through your journeys, learned of his mentality, and devised the perfect strategy by which those pillars constructed by my daughter would be undone. Olga clenched her jaw. Undone. A nod of the head. I knew he would find nothing of the singularity acceptable. So much like his home, he would be unable to bear the weight of the land and he would break. Reaching a point where he would be forced to act in the name of his values, or the values instilled within him. Her hands spread wide. That was the intention, at least. He never truly was awarded the chance to properly confront his own self. You created that singularity, just for him to mentally torture him. My granddaughter had the mentality and the means of unlocking his past. His parents were there to instigate a confrontation and then your master would be there to pull him back from the brink. Her lip curled down ever so slightly. Though there was another incentive. Hence the presence of the other servants, those suited for dealing with the divine. Dealing with the. Her eyes constricted. You knew. That Gwyn would be there. Naturally. I ensured he was there. She explained, placing a hand on her chest and smiling somewhat, though it was rather strained. Gawain. Ash. Nobunaga corrected from behind her with a noticeable edge in her voice. Velka hummed, of course, Ash. Golden eyes briefly flickered to the archer, the smile widened slightly, then returned back to Olga. Ash carried with him the souls of very nearly every creature that ever walked the world. I had the means of awakening them once the time was right and he would be presented with one whose duty proved sinful, in contradiction to his own view of what is right with the world. Smiling to herself, she spread her arms wide. Really, the plan went rather well. All the players were set up, all the pieces put in position. The moment Gwyn awoke he would doubtless reject the world that you exist upon and battle would ensue. Whatever betrayal Ash committed would be overlooked when he aided in slaying Gwyn. From that point on he could push himself into becoming free of Guinevere's machinations in his own person. This whole thing was her plan. It took every single ounce of willpower within her not to order Castor or Lancer now outside the door to rush in and kill this servant, this menace, on the spot. The entire singularity was orchestrated from beginning to end, just for one individual. Just so they could mentally break him into betraying his allies and then use him to resurrect someone else. They brought forth his worst fears, by the sound of it, and everything else that would have sufficed to get him to break. Pushed to the very extreme where there was only one choice he could make. She did it just to break his mind and whatever other goal she had with the god. That obviously didn't happen, did it? The words slipped from her throat with venom, not making an effort to contain her fury as she clenched her fists by her side, taking a single step forwards and all but ignoring the fact the individual she was speaking to was a goddess. Right now, she didn't care. Chaldea had lost 8 servants in that fight, a not insubstantial figure. If they could be returned, it would not occur until after the master awoke. 2 of their numbers were crippled in mental and physical ways. Ash had locked himself in his room the moment he had arrived and now had servants lingering around outside his quarters waiting for the earliest opportunity to kill him and she saw red. What was your plan with Fujimaru? Olga snarled, uncaring for appearances right now. Was him being puppeted like that, all part of your grand scheme? What are you going to do when he wakes up and remembers having control of his body stolen out from under him just so he could murder 3 servants? She waved a hand towards the boy, keeping her eyes solely focused on the goddess in front of him. And what about the god? He escaped with the Holy Grail. He's still alive and now we have Solomon and an actual god to deal with, and the most capable individual we have is currently lying on that bed staring into space. Velka remained silent, meeting her furious gaze head-on with an expression, what little of it could be made out from beneath the hood, with an expression utterly bereft of emotion. When she did speak, there wasn't a hint of shame in her tone of voice. Seath was not part of my design, nor was Solomon, the latter could be accounted for, all they accomplished was accelerating the breakage, lips curled down, as though slightly inconvenienced. The former was, unfortunate. A slap echoed throughout the room. Olga felt a slight tingling in her hand but was otherwise uncaring. The goddess had stopped speaking and she could finally blast that stupid notion out of the window. This is far and advanced beyond the realms of unfortunate. The words flushed with fury, body trembling and heart pounding, it felt as though her skin went cold with pure rage. Fujimaru was just molested into killing with his own 2 hands. I have a servant 2 floors down who refuses to see anyone and is apparently suffering from another form of mental abuse, and now there is a god wandering the world and it's all your fault. Unfortunate doesn't even begin to cover the sheer scale of idiocy that you have just spewed in my direction. You concoct this savage plan of yours to attack my staff and then you have the audacity to come before me and say that things are unfortunate when the attack doesn't go according to plan. This was one of the most insane things she had ever heard. And why did her hand still hurt? How dare you even think you can show your face before me? How dare you even step foot inside this room to even think of providing help for Fujimaru after what your plan did to him? Every single casualty, all those dead servants, their blood is on your hands. What was the goal? What was the plan? Did you even string enough brain cells together to even comprehend the depths of this harebrained scheme of yours? She stepped backwards, her hand flying upwards and finger pointed squarely towards the face of the goddess rather accusingly. And what was your original plan? You were going to mentally abuse one of my subordinates to the point where he would go insane. This is what you claim your goal was, and then you go waltzing through the halls of Chaldea with some self-assured cocky attitude. Even without the damage your actions have done to Chaldea, you willingly attacked human history and outed yourself as an accomplice of Solomon. The hand flew back down, and now you come strolling in here and talking about how you're throwing yourself to our judgment. Acting as though you're doing us some sort of favor, as though you showing up to admit your crimes is somehow going to earn you a modicum of respect. Quote. Her eyes were wide and her jaw hung low. The only thing you have done is shorten the length of time we have to spend searching for you. So right now, I am demanding that you give me a single reason why I should let you continue living after the next 10 seconds, let alone why I should even entertain the idea that you can continue walking through the halls of Chaldea. Her voice dropped into a low hiss. Your presence in this facility spits in the face of everything we're trying to accomplish. Trying to undo the incineration of humanity, and then you proceed to sabotage our efforts, never mind the fact your plan failed. The succession of your plan relied on the resurrection of a god. By the time she finished screaming, she took in a deep gulp of air and started to pant, uncaring for how undignified it might have looked. All she could see in front of her was the absolute idiot, the absolute moron who had made their jobs a billion times harder than they already were. Never mind Solomon, he was a human mage, albeit powerful, he was still human. What they were now having to deal with was a full-blown god returned to the world who now possessed a Holy Grail and the aid of whatever servant had been with Fujimaru. Solomon they could handle. A god who survived being run through by Longinus. This goddess might as well have slit their throats the moment she showed up for how big a help she had been. It was difficult to stress just how angry she was in this one moment. It took her a few moments longer to notice that the goddess had fallen silent and her head was directed away from her ever so slightly. The faint tingling in her right palm got a touch worse. Then the goddess gradually lifted her left hand towards her face, fingers gracing her facing cheek and then pulling them away. Olga blinked, slowly turning her eyes down towards her hand and staring at it, her brows furrowed slightly. When did it get in front of her and why was her skin now red? The confusion circulated in her mind for a few moments before she gradually peeled her gaze away from the outstretched limb and back towards the goddess in front of her, who looked to be nursing her cheek. She felt as though her heart stopped. Silence stretched across the room as the goddess slowly pulled her hand away from her cheek, then stared down at the palm of her own for what felt like years. When her golden eyes finally rose back up, they looked as though they pierced right through her, then flickered towards the direction of Ritska. "Don't you dare look at him." Her response was quick as it was sharp. The eyes of the goddess returned to her just as swiftly. "I have a servant just outside that door who is waiting for my command to come in here and kill you. I have 2 more in this room who would likely be more than willing to aid them." Olga felt her jaw tighten. "The only reason you're still alive after hearing all this, is because Fujimaru is in the room and I think enough damage has been done." Clenching her stinging palm, she refused to nurse it in front of the goddess, not allowing any sign of weakness to be shown. That and she recently had a very low tolerance for people who used others to achieve their own ends. Especially when it came at the cost of those she personally knew and held a small degree of respect for. How do you beat someone who can command the sky to their will? She buried the memory of earlier events quickly, but used the emotion she felt to strengthen her position. She had beaten a dragon that even the gods feared, if only in mind rather than actuality. However foul that victory tasted, however fake that threat was, he had admitted that she beat him fair and square, even if she didn't think so. It would be insulting their views not to think so as well. "If you cannot provide me with a single reasonable explanation for why you should remain alive, at all, within the next minute, I might just take the risk." The scary thing was that Olga wasn't sure if it was a bluff or not. Logically she should have known not to do something so stupid as start a fight between servants in Chaldea, especially right next to the last proper master they had. Everything was screaming at her that it was a completely stupid choice that didn't matter in the least. But that was only the logical side of her. Her emotional side was feeling very illogical right now. Velka looked her dead in the eye. When she spoke there wasn't an ounce of panic in her words, nor of shame. "What I did had to be done." She raised the flat of her hand. "Before you fly into another tangent or strike me again, I can assure you that Ash would have broken at one point or another. My goal was to do so in a less variable environment. With the allies you had, I was certain that Ritska could have aided in bringing him back to a more flexible posture. Perhaps he could have. As for Gwyn, that was merely something I saw an opportunity for and took. That meant nothing. That meant less than nothing. That sort of reasoning wasn't even worth dirt to her." "How do you know that?" Olga shot right back. "How do you know that he would have broken? Do your eyes see the future? I would ask if you were a goddess of wisdom, but the answer to that should go without saying." There was a choking sound from behind her, like someone swallowing back laughter, but she quickly ignored the noise and focused solely on the goddess, placing her hands on her hips and narrowing her eyes. "What confirmation can you even offer beyond your own word, which, I shall point out, is worth less than nothing to me at the moment? You are an enemy to Chaldea and human history in all but name right now." She probably didn't even have any substantial proof she could offer, not that Olga even had reason to entertain anything she said in the first place. Whether these results were her exact intentions or not did not change the fact they were brought about by her. It didn't matter if she forgot the existence of Seath or whoever. Seath. Seath. The name registered with her a moment later. She felt her nerves start to boil over as memories flooded back to her as to who Seath actually was and what he was likely capable of. As in the dragon that invented magic in your world. Her jaw ground together, eyes narrowed to slits and a feeling of burning fire rushing through her veins. If it were possible for her to do, she would have thrown her own bolts of lightning straight at this goddess here and now. Velka raised a brow rather innocuously. You already knew of them. But yes, Seath. Two Solomons, one god and whomever had attacked them, killed Calamate, in Scandinavia. The goddess exhaled. If you wish for proof, you may speak with Ash regards to this. He will tell you the truth of the matter and what would have occurred even without my intervention. If you still feel as though you wish to claim my head when all is said and done, then I shall bow and show you my neck, she offered, rolling her head as she did so. I preside over sin. I am not above it. Even ideal success would have done a great wrong to you. This end goal was always my intention. She was too tired to think about this right now. And she needed to go to other places. The door opened up. Brynhildr stepped through with her spear at the ready. Olga glanced at her for a moment, then returned her eyes towards Velka, who was still staring at her expectantly. Because of course she came here to be punished and die or whatever else she believed her intentions were. Sorely tempted as she might have been to actually do something like that and grant her wish, it wasn't like she hadn't earned it. They needed information from a source close to them right now. Logical approach. Take her somewhere and dump her there. She ordered Brynhildr after a few moments of silence, one of the unused stores on the lower floors. Cast her go with her and set up a bounded field around it. If she so much as dips a finger over that line, I want to know about it. Her eyes remained locked onto Velka as she gave the commands, then narrowed them at the goddess. And if either one of these two so much as catches the barest hint of you trying anything they might deem as suspicious, then I am granting them full authority to put you down. Rolling her jaw, Olga continued to glare at the servant. You have earned yourself a brief reprieve only until I have a proper chance to examine the damage you've inflicted upon us. After that, she trailed off. After that there was very little else left to be said. She had made her position clear enough, and whether or not the servant lost their magical energy before Fujimaru woke up or not was up in the air. Provided she was even allowed to live past the end of the day, it would all depend on the ramifications of her actions. Velka silently bowed her head and then turned towards the pale-haired lancer. Brynhildr stepped aside and let the goddess pass her by before following her out of the room. Olga watched them depart with a scowl on her face. The unpleasant emotions swirled in her mind even after the goddess had left her field of view. The mere thought of that thing roaming her facility sent shivers up her spine. Her eyes flickered away from the door and towards Cu Chilane, who hadn't actually moved from his position, leaning against the wall and was staring at her with an approving grin. Olga felt bemusement flood her features as she stared at the grinning caster, who looked seconds away from cheering and whooping, as though he was a child. What are you doing? Raising his hands in surrender, Cu rolled his lips to muffle whatever laughter he was going to bellow out before stepping towards the door and out of the room. When the door slowly closed itself, a silence descended over the room once more. Olga turned towards Nobunaga and opened her mouth. PFFFTAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHAHA. Her head snapped back to the door as muffled laughter rang out from beyond the realms of it. Eyes narrowed and they kept focused on it with a new flash of irritation flooding her body at the fact she had just been interrupted. The fact the obnoxious laughter didn't end and only receded into the distance didn't help matters much either. She didn't think this was a laughing matter at all, nor had she said anything that should have been amusing. Arms folding over her chest, she glared at the door for a few seconds and then returned her attention to the archer, who was also smirking at her with some sort of approving lit in her eyes. I'll tell you something right now, Nobunaga said in a slow and meaningful voice, nodding her head up and down and looking the director over rather approvingly. I am very glad I was here for that. Very nice slap, good form and nice echo. The archer smacked the back of her hand into her waiting palm to produce a similar sound, all while looking close to laughter. I've never seen a human slap a god and now I can say I have. I'm content. Reaching out, the dark-haired woman placed a hand on her shoulder and gave her a thumbs up. Nice job. Olga stared at the limb on her for a few seconds, then followed it back towards its owner and stared at her for a few seconds. The memory of slapping the goddess in the face played on repeat in her mind for however long she remained silent, now acutely aware of the faint burning sensation in her hand like she'd slapped a wall. Certain that her hand was going to be feeling that for a while. On the one hand, she had slapped a servant in the fact, a servant she wasn't contracted to and held no authority over, which was something beyond the furthest reaches of stupidity. It was literally out of this world. There was no earthly way she would have done something like that if she was in a proper state of mind. On the other hand, there had been something cathartic about doing it. Aha, see, knew you'd find the bright side. The comment of Nobunaga brought with it the realization that she was smirking, quickly dashing the expression from her features and turning back around to face Romani, who was doing a remarkable impression of a fish with all the gaping he was doing at her. The doctor finally decided on opting for a single choice and snapped his jaw shut with an audible click, then slowly trailed his eyes down towards her hand by her side and strained his expression. Is your hand all right? Was it all right? Probably not. She might have broken something in her limb. Now that the pain was returning to her more completely and the adrenaline was wearing off, she realized she might well have seriously hurt herself with that. The benefit of slapping the goddess was quickly being outweighed by the cons. Whatever the case, she could focus on that later. Her attention returned to Nobunaga. Follow them at a distance in the event the goddess acts out, as per the standing orders of Lancer and Caster. There also came the understanding that Nobunaga was not actually her servant, so she had no real authority over them. I might not be your master, however. You don't need to worry about such trifling details. Nobunaga assured her with a swift shake of the head, waving her hand and batting her concerns aside as though they were not but flies. When dealing with something like this, there is all the more reason to be proactive. Besides, considering what has occurred is entirely resting on the shoulders of that bungler, they jerked their head backwards. I'm inclined to kill them on principle. Olga could at least understand the motivation, though as reason started to seep back into her mind there was more reason to keep that at bay. We need information on who we are fighting for a more direct source. I understand that Havel also knows this Gwyn, but he is a berserker and getting information from them would be problematic from the onset. Her eyes flickered to the door. If that idiot actually means what she says, then we can bleed her for information first and foremost before it is decided what should be done with her, and that depends on the condition of Fujimaru when he awakes. The archer remained silent for a few moments, then gave an approving hum and a nod of the head. Interrogating an enemy for information even when you want them dead. Hey, good head on your shoulders. Turning around, they strolled towards the door. I'll keep a close eye on that goddess, over that much for messing with my retainer. Departing in silence, Olga watched the archer round the corridor and then left just herself, Romani and Fujimaru alone in the room. She slowly turned back around to face the duo, eyes lingering on the young man for a few moments. Her last proper conversation with him had been marked by a threat to him, and now he was currently on the receiving end of one of the worst things she had ever experienced. Apparently he had trusted this servant and been betrayed by them. Not like she couldn't understand that. Alert me when he wakes up. She remarked to Romani. He hummed in affirmation, and I will likely return shortly for an examination of my hand. She was convinced it might well have actually been broken by this pain in it by this point, now gritting her teeth hard just to avoid crying. Turning on her heel, she made for the door this time and exited into the corridor. Unsurprisingly enough, she nearly ran right into Mash. The two stared at one another, then she turned and walked away from the young girl. There was a brief hesitation in footsteps as Mash was clearly deciding whether she was going to follow Olga or going to remain with Fujimaru. She personally had no complaints whichever option she took. Director, are you going to see Ash-san? Quote. Yes. The steps grew louder as Mash followed after her. Apparently she was more interested in getting answers. That was good, because Olga was as well. Regardless of how much blame was placed on the shoulders of the goddess, there was Nobunaga, who seemed on good terms with the saber, proclaiming he had made a conscious choice to betray them, and as biased as Sullivan was, he was proclaiming the same thing. Then there were the actions of Scathach to be considered. All of which pointed to something happening down there. An certified angry moment from Olga. Velka and the Dumbo schemes. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. Finding Scathach lingering outside of Ash's room wasn't a big surprise, though the fact she was still missing her left arm and suffering from no small degree of injuries to her body while maintaining a blank expression was a touch more worrying. Though she wasn't alone, as there was also Gareth standing next to her. However, that wasn't quite what bothered Olga. Her brows furrowed as she stared at the younger Lancer. Where is Archon? I was under the impression that he was alerted to Ash's room. Gareth nodded her head. He was, she dutifully replied, though there was a slight hint of straining in her voice as her eyes turned downcast. Olga doubted it related to the news itself as much as it related to the atmosphere regarding the return of Fujimaru. But he said there was something much more urgent that required his attention, so he passed it on to me. Much more urgent? What could possibly be more urgent than this? She closed her eyes, counting up to 10 inside her head and then opening her eyes once again. No, she was certain that news would have spread around Chaldea swiftly as to who they had just fought inside of the Singularity. If Archon was not aware of it now, then he soon would be. Gwyn was his god and his king, so his loyalties were probably going to be tested. It would be up to him whether he maintained his status as a servant of Chaldea, but she wasn't going to make any rush judgments just yet. She's already been proven wrong when it came to expectations of what a servant was truly like based on their appearance and history. Besides, she was in an equally poor mood for demanding killings on servants she couldn't ensure the loyalty of. He was Fujimaru's servant. The most she could do would be to ask someone to keep an eye on him until his master awoke once again and they could address the matter more openly. The problems just continued to mount on her head, but this was the most pressing one this far. Her eyes opened back up and moved away from the younger Lancer and towards the door, arms folded over her chest, and she took in a deep breath, sending one final glance towards Scathach. Crimson eyes met hers with a cool indifference about them. Then the servant spoke up in a slightly curious tone of voice. You intend to step inside with them even in light of what happened? There didn't sound as though there was any judgment in her tone, just a question being put forward. Olga was much too tired right now to try and justify her choices. They had been back from Scandinavia for less than a few hours at this point, if that. Time felt as though it had been blasting past her so swiftly, but she knew it had been longer than that. It had to have been. It cannot be said you lack bravery, or foolishness, whichever of the two comes first. Olga pulled her lips into a tight frown. And I would assume you would just kill them and call it a day. She didn't need to look at the Lancer to feel the bland look the woman sent her way. After a moment of silence, Scathach exhaled. I am more accustomed to dealing with the likes of the undead than you shall ever know. So take heed for my words when I deliver them to you. It is a great cruelty to keep them alive and suffering, especially when their life is so unnatural to themselves. She looked at the Lancer, seeing a completely mask-like expression on her face. His nature aside, a betrayal remains a betrayal. The vows of a servant are not those that should be easily severed. However, if you can still place your faith in an oath breaker, then the consequences are yours to bear. I am merely the keeper. She directed her attention towards Mash. The girl had barely said a word. Actually, she had not spoken a single sentence beyond her first, since they left the medical office. The fact she was now here and still silent, though her expression was pulled tight into a troubled grimace, spoke volumes for what she was feeling. If Ash had truly betrayed them, she believed they were entitled to an explanation. They deserved that much from him at the very least. Though doubt still colored her every thought, the mere idea that Ash could betray them was virtually alien to her. You thought the same of Lev. There was that as well. She had thought the same of Lev, never once considering the idea he could betray them. He might not even have done so of his own volition if the prevailing theory that he was possessed by a demon was correct. If he was, and if he did betray them, then that meant what was puppeting Lev's body was the thing that betrayed her and not the man himself. That would be almost too convenient though, wouldn't it? She set those thoughts aside for the time being, difficult as they were to remove, and focused instead on the upcoming meeting. Whether or not Ash had truly done anything of his own volition or had been forced into action would soon be revealed to her. Though if he had betrayed them of his own volition then what? Logically, she knew what she was supposed to do. The choice was remarkably simple. They were here to protect humanity and Fujimaru was their last proper hope. She could barely cope inside a singularity that was made purely to test her skill and she hadn't even truly beaten Calamate in the end. He had been made to kill himself in front of her before they could ever have a proper chance. It hadn't even been that long ago, when he was forced to do that, her mind still lingering on his words. A breath left her nose, long and exasperated, her eyes closed and then opened once more. The door that was in front of her never seemed more imposing than right this second. She knew what was on the other side. She knew that if she opened this door, there would be no turning back. The events of the singularity would be firmly fixed in place. The desire to just turn around and walk away wormed its way into her thoughts, but was quickly forced to vacate as her mental strength took hold. If Ash was a traitor, then she would face him head-on. She reached towards the controls of the door, unfolding her arms as she did so and pressing the panel. There was a short silence, a single electronic hum rang out through the corridors that pulsed through her entire body and bounced around inside her head. The sound played on repeat as she watched the doors slide open in slow motion, hissing as the seal broke all the while. It didn't feel as though the world had slowed down, but she watched the door move with a painless lethargy to it. Never being more conscious of the length of time it took to open until right this moment. When it finally did so, her eyes roamed to the interior of the room and instantly fixed themselves on the figure currently sitting in the back corner just next to the bed, on the floor and resting their body on the wall. Once more, his vandalism was noted as she saw a plain steel sword buried in the floor just in front of him. Right next to the weapon lay 2 rings, one black and one gray. She didn't care much for either of them at the moment, quickly dismissing them and focusing her attention fully on the saber, who had not yet even reacted to the opening door nor her presence in the room. Though, admittedly, she had not spoken. She stepped inside, then frowned as she beheld the extent of the damage he had suffered. Barely having been aware of it from when she was here, but she was certain it had been worse when they returned to Chaldea, much worse. For one thing, it was only his armor that now carried proof he had been struck with weapons, all else was bereft of wounds. Though she quickly chalked that down to his ability of healing with fire. As she stepped into the room, she noticed that his head flinched ever so slightly at the sound of her boots on the floor. Still set out for the winter mission in Scandinavia and prepared for long hiking, the shoes were rather heavy, giving dull thuds as she moved further into the room and then fell to a halt not too far from him. By comparison, Mash might as well have glided in from how silent her footsteps had been. It wasn't until she was standing in the room that she realized just how silent Ash was. His eyes closed, an expression devoid of emotion. She would have thought him dead were it not for the fact that he technically was already. It made sense in her mind that he wouldn't be like other servants, considering his ghoulish nature, but at the same time they at least kept up the illusion of needing to breathe. Ash was silent as a statue and just as flexible, content to remain in his fixed position while she stared at him. No words sprung to mind. There had been perhaps a dozen thoughts running through her mind before she got here, but now that she experienced a complete loss for words. It was as though 1,000 sentences tried to spill forth but all ended up getting trapped in her throat before they could get very far, before they could even leave her mouth. She parted her lips, making an effort to speak but finding no sound coming to her. "You're recovered," she commented after a split second, then grimaced at her words. Stating the obvious at a time like this was hardly the smartest thing she could be doing, but there was nothing else for it. That was the only sentence she could provide that didn't stumble and get lodged inside her. Yet Ash gave not even the slightest hint he had even heard her, not even a twitch. Fujimaru will recover, Romani assures me he is physically well. Again, nothing. She was starting to get a little irritated now. We're running through the data that MASH retrieved from the Singularity as well as confirming first-hand accounts from those present. Olga paused for a moment, once more searching for anything. Those who remain alive, at any rate. Once again, not even the slightest hint that he even heard her. Some of these accounts are startling. Her next words came out slow, vague enough to give him the chance to speak up but still holding a great deal of implication in them. They both knew what she was talking about, he had to at least. So all he had left to do was open up and actually talk to them about what he had experienced. It would be nothing more than a simple matter of him just opening his mouth and actually speaking to them. Yet again, he gave no indication that he even heard them. Saying nothing to either of them and making no effort to move. Whatever restraint that Olga had officially withered away and died, the leniency followed and she found herself taking in a sharp breath as she clenched her hands into fists, eyes narrowing solely onto the face of the saber and stomping her foot. Answer me, damn it. I've got several servants outright telling me that you betrayed Chaldea. I've got one of them calling for your death and another standing right outside your door just in case that is needed. Waving a hand at him, she continued on. To make matters worse, your entire Saint graph is up in the air and your spirit origin is destabilized. There's no telling if you're going to survive the next day or not. So just tell me what happened down there and we can put this entire mess behind us. Ash twitched ever so slightly at her words, turning his head in her direction but keeping his eyes closed. Behind us. She exhaled, finally getting somewhere. It took long enough, that was for sure. Yes. She nodded once, after all the pieces of the puzzle had fallen into place comfortably enough that they could provide extenuating circumstances for him in his actions, especially with the goddess interference being all but confirmed by now. I already know that Solomon interacted with you in the Singularity and the entire ordeal was constructed to mentally torture you into a state of emotional duress. While I cannot comment on the fact you broke, the fact remains that it was designed to encourage that destructive behavior. Ash remained silent for what felt like hours, eventually turning his head back to its original position and letting it go. It slipped backwards and thudded against the wall behind him. Is that what you believe happened? Is that what she believed happened? Is that what she believed happened? I don't know what happened. She snapped back at him, stamping her foot down. I don't know what happened because you've all been out of communication for days. What I do know is what I saw, and what I saw was you very nearly dying to save Fujimaru's life, and now I'm being told that you also tried to take it earlier. The entire notion was laughable to her, except not really. If it was a joke, it wasn't a very good one. Hearing that the servant who has been with Chaldea the longest next to Mash, who has accompanied Fujimaru through every engagement, would turn around and try to kill him is something that I require physical proof of. Stepping forwards, she waved her hands towards him. Some actual proof from trusted individuals and Mash has. She trailed off, clenching her jaw. Mash had confirmed Ash tried to kill them as well, but had also confirmed that he did save them as well. Which just gave credence to the idea he was under some sort of mental effect. Shaking her head, she focused her full attention on the saber. Just give me something, she very nearly begged, or pleaded, or whatever else one would call it. Tell me that it was Solomon who forced your hand, or that it was that vile goddess we currently have locked away somewhere in Chaldea. She very nearly shrieked out with hysterics, but she couldn't care less right now. Just tell me anything so that I don't have to think of you as another traitor to Chaldea. Just give me something to keep the naysayers at bay. Something. Some reason that I can accept. More than that, just give me a reason to believe you're not like Lev. That came out as little more than a whisper, her lip quivering before she clenched her jaw and stopped the spasm of muscle. Breathing in and out deeply as she focused on the expression of the saber, watching as the brows of Ash tightened for a split second and an almost uncomfortable look filtered across his face before it evened out to its original one. Sorry. Sorry. Olga parroted right back to him. The word tasted like dirt in her mouth and felt like it had the weight of lead, staring straight into his face. That's all you have to say for yourself. Just sorry. What am I supposed to do with an apology? I'm giving you a chance to just come clean. To explain that you're not a traitor, too. Olga. That was it, that was all he needed to say. She knew what he meant, because of course there would only be one meaning to his words. One single meaning to whatever he was saying that could be interpreted. Something surged through her in the wake of his one-word sentence. Whether it was betrayal, fury or just deep resignation, she didn't know, but everything felt hollow. It just didn't make sense to her, the equation wasn't adding up in her mind. He had been with them since the very beginning. He had saved her life when it would have otherwise been impossible. He had just visited her when he didn't need to. Seemingly going out of his way just to stop by where she was for no other reason than to just check up on her. She wasn't even his master and he went out of his way to do that. His reasons didn't make much sense if he was always planning to betray them from the start, but then if he was going to do that then he had ample opportunity to do so. It didn't make sense to her unless Solomon did something, or that goddess. Either one of them could have messed with his mind, but he seemed to be adamantly rejecting the idea that he wasn't acting as though he was under mental affliction. Which was a rather stupid thing for him to do, all things considered. She was practically handing him a chance to blame Solomon for all his if she didn't believe he was innocent but if he was guilty then. Taking in a deep breath, she closed her eyes, keeping them so tightly shut together that not even a faint trickle of light could pierce through the gap between her eyelids. The silence returned in force, stretching out as she felt something lodged into her throat. If she asked this then it really would all be over. Silently pleading that he would just take the explanation provided. At least, the emotional part of her was. The logical part took over once more. Why? The fact he didn't reply for a moment irked her for more than it should have. No, it should have angered her more. She should have been furious. In comparison with the rage she demonstrated with the goddess earlier, this should have eclipsed it 100 times over. This was an individual they had trusted to help safeguard humanity, to help them through the incineration of mankind, and he just outright admitted to betraying them even when he could have placed the blame solely on the shoulders of whatever the goddess's name was. Restraint gave way to anger. She stomped across the room until she was directly in front of the saber and glaring down at him, or would have been if his eyes weren't closed. That same expression devoid of emotion still painted across his features, as though he didn't care one bit what was going on and was just there for the heck of it. The least he could do was answer her question when she asked it. They deserved the barest hint of an explanation from him and even some ounce that he cared. Something from him, but instead all she saw was nothing. There was nothing in his expression, and with his eyes closed, there was clearly nothing to see there either. He had gone through the trouble of healing himself, so that must have meant something, but she didn't know what. Especially considering that a traitor wouldn't be in such a calm situation. Why? She demanded once more, the words coming out much harder this time. Hands clenched into fist and muscles trembled. Her arms hung by her side as she felt fire course through her veins. The ever-silent saber remained completely unwilling to give her anything, opening her mouth once more. It doesn't matter anymore. She blinked, barely even registering the fact he had spoken at all, barely even noticing just how hollow his voice actually was. Instead she stared at him as the words bounced around inside her head for a few seconds, then she slowly turned her attention towards Mash, just in case she had been hearing things and hadn't received the single worst answer that she could have received from the servant. Judging by the strained look on the face of the girl, and the fact she was sending her own disapproving glare towards Ash, Olga had never seen Mash so emotive before, not like this at any rate. It was clear that she hadn't been hearing things. Her neck turned like rusted gears, shifting the direction of itself back towards the saber and looking down at him. Her nostrils flared and hot air blasted out of them. Repeat that. Again. Her voice came out a dangerous hiss, restrained fury lining her every word. She took a single step forwards, then leaned down slightly when he made no sign to speak. I said to repeat that. Because I could have sworn that you said something, there were no words to describe what she felt, nothing sprung force. Describing the emotions she was feeling, the sheer scope of her fury, would have been like describing color to a blind man. There was no curse that existed in any language, living or dead, that could possibly describe her torrent of emotions. I said it doesn't matter. The empty voice of Ash repeated, my reasoning means nothing now. The facts remain. I am a traitor to you. I betrayed the trust you placed in me and betrayed the duty I had sworn to you. There was a brief pause before he made a noise. She could have sworn it sounded like a chuckle, but it contained none of the mirth. A sound disguised as amusement to hide away the disgust. I seem to have failed all my duties as of late. Is that it? Her voice reached new highs as she screamed at him, though he didn't even flinch, her arms flying up and gesturing wildly to him. Is that the best you can come up with? You don't even have an explanation for us. You betray everyone at Chaldea, then just walk back here and go. I don't have a reason that matters and expect me to just accept that and start doling out judgment. She pointed squarely at him. What did you even come back to Chaldea for if you're such a traitor? Ash's reply came a bit faster this time around, but the contents were just as disturbing to her. When Lev Lanor betrayed you, the opportunity for justice was lost. His shoulders rose and fell slightly. She felt her blood go from fire to ice within a split second. I would not wish to do that to you a second time. So I returned. You deserve that much from me. You dolt. Idiot. Halfwit. Oaf. Bastard. She spat every single curse she knew at him, all of them effortlessly flying from her mouth. The fact that she wasn't the only one in the room meant nothing to her. Her pride meant nothing to her in this 1 second. You come back here just to die and then don't even offer a single explanation for yourself. Why you think that I'm just going to accept that you turned around and betrayed all of Chaldea for no reason whatsoever? Her arm flew to the side, gesturing towards Mash. After all she went through to defend you from ones who demanded your death. Sullivan, I imagine, Ash interrupted her with a tired voice, then hummed to himself. An odd time it is, that I agree with his words. She snapped again, shut up. Stop talking about dying or being executed or whatever else you're thinking of doing right now. Her hand returned to her side. Stepping backwards, she took in a deep breath before she turned around. Her left arm moved upwards towards her face, her fingers running along her face and covering it for a few seconds. Releasing a breath, she brought the limb back down and whirled around to face the saber. Is this some sort of misplaced pride? Is that it? Are you accepting death before dishonor or something ridiculous? He gave no indication of responding. We have a goddess in Chaldea who outright admitted to trying to break you mentally. Approaching him once more, she pointed her finger to him. She's the one who made the singularity specifically to attack your mind. It was made to break you and it broke you, even without whatever Solomon did to you. She came to a halt, exhaling, I am trying to explain to you that. Ash's voice came out clipped. Is that what you believe? That Velka played with my mind, or that Solomon cast some ancient spell upon me to turn me against my allies? The eyes remained closed, yet his features tightened. Olga's own eyes flickered down to his hands, watching as they balled themselves into fists. Yet, as swiftly as the emotion had entered his body, it departed just as swiftly. I cannot tell you that because it is not true. My actions were my own. He kept saying that again and again but wouldn't provide a single point of explanation as for why she should believe that. At present, she had more reason to believe that he was simply trying to hide away his shame for being manipulated and wishing to die first rather than to admit such a thing. She knew many were prideful, but she wasn't in a position to entertain someone's pride right now, especially when it came to the fate of humanity. That no longer mattered anymore, neither in the face of King Solomon nor in this Gwen. I don't believe you. Ash sighed. Olga. No. She cut him off with a sharp tone, shaking her head from side to side and staring down at him. If you're going to cling to this belief, then explain to me why you sided with Chaldea against Gwen. If you were so set on killing Fujimaru and the others, where was that ultimate noble phantasm I saw deployed against the authority of a god? She stamped her foot. Why did you not unleash that right from the start? What could Mash have done in the face of power like that? His head turned down ever so slightly. So no, I don't believe you. I don't believe you're a traitor or whatever else you're claiming to be. Waving her hand as though to physically dismiss his words, she curled her lip down into a frown. I just think you're trying to save face or redeem your wounded pride. What pride? Ash cut her off sharply, the hands clenched once more and tight enough that she could hear the creak of metal. What pride? What do I have to take pride in? What have I ever achieved that I could take pride in? When she gave no answer, he scoffed. No, Olga, this isn't about my non-existent pride. This is about me and my choices, and my choice to kill Fujimaru. Without the interference of Velka or Gwyn, I would have fought until I killed him. He turned his head to the side. That sword would have been pointless because I needed him to see just how feeble his position was. Just how small his desire was in the face of my ideals. I needed him to see he was wrong. Mash spoke up this time, for the first time since she entered the room. But why? She stepped forwards, her voice dripping with many contradictory emotions. There was as much accusation in her words as there was grief. I don't understand, Ash-san, why would you? You said all these things that I don't understand. Ash shook his head from side to side. It is not something I can explain. Enough of that excuse. Olga snapped, throwing her hands up and ending his sentence before it could be finished. She had enough of hearing him say that. No more skirting around the issue or diving into, it doesn't matter, or, they wouldn't understand. She just wanted a straight answer from someone, just something that she could actually understand and could control. No more of those feeble reasons or dodging the question. You want to be judged? Then explain to me why you turned traitor. Explain why you tried to kill your master. Stamping her foot one final time, her words came out as a cracked snarl. Explain to me why I shouldn't just dismiss this as outside interference upon one of our servant roster. Ash didn't say anything, not for a few moments at least. Then he did. Yes, it was my choice. He slowly turned his head back to them, leaning it back and thudding it against the wall. Solomon showed me human history. All of human history. After he did that, I had no choice but to betray you. I chose to betray and kill you. He barely did anything more than break my contract with Fujimaru, I did the rest. So he said, but he had no reason to do that, no reason whatsoever that he could possibly offer that would make sense to her. Not least because he had never displayed a proper issue in the past, so turning around at this junction seemed bewildering to say the least. But why? Why? That is, Ash trailed off, a complicated look passing across his features for a split second before it faded away, replaced only by resignation. I am made to follow duty. It is not just what I do, it is what I am. To follow duty it is the only thing that gives my life value. That is how Guinevere, mother, raised me to believe, and she took exceptional care in ensuring I believed it as well, from the moment I was born. That certainly seemed like a lot, but that wasn't an explanation, not truly. It provided one for himself at least. He continued speaking, his body remaining stationary. Even without being aimed in the direction of whatever goal Mother intended, that fact of me remains. I must devote every ounce of my being towards this goal. If I do that, then my life has value. That sounded like some of the research back at the clock tower that she knew of. Those who strove for a single goal and devoted all of their being to achieving it. She would probably say her father was the same. He devoted everything to Chaldea, all his time, and all his energy. Nothing else mattered for him. The dream of the Animosphere family came first, and she was probably in the midst of doing the same. Everything else falls to the wayside. Wants, desires, ambitions, all of them become irrelevant to me. My duty is all I need because it was all I was made to need. Ash exhaled, shaking his head from side to side and then lowering it, hiding away his expression with a downcast, I know that, but But, the conditions of my world forced that existence on everyone else. Olga watched him, his hands clenching open and shut. They had to become fixated on duty or they would hollow. They would lose themselves to madness and then they become a scourge on the world that needed to be put down. That would happen to anyone. Becoming singularly focused on a task and never losing sight of it in order to retain sanity, to retain humanity. He slowly pushed himself upwards, though it was at such a slow pace that she had little reason to be alarmed. Less so when he reached out and picked up the 2 rings off the floor, cradling them in his left hand and presumably opening his eyes, though she couldn't see as he turned his body away from her, staring down at the palm containing the jewelry. All personal desires, wants, ambitions, they had to be rejected because through them led the path to madness and death. Not just for yourself but everyone. So, all undead had to focus on it. His hand clenched into a fist, trapping the rings. Find that duty and live. Not everyone did, obviously. He made a noise that sounded very akin to shame as he turned once more. She stepped back and watched acutely as he walked past her for the far end of the room, moving towards the desk and stopping just shy of it. I killed thousands of hollows during my short time. She wasn't aware the number was that high, and if his words thus far were any indication, what he had killed was effectively the insane who could not cope with a cursed existence. Not that she could blame them for that. Devoting one's entire existence towards a single goal and ignoring all else was hardly a way to live. Much less forced into, it was the existence of a slave. Humans weren't like that. Ash broke her thoughts with a sigh, continuing on with his words. But I digress. I was content with my existence. Nodding to himself, he dropped his arms back to his side. Strange as that might sound to you. Especially considering I lived with the curse, but as long as I had my duty I knew where I was. I knew what I was. I needed nothing else. His jaw visibly clenched. I saw the same in everyone else. It became simple. Follow duty and live. Stray from duty and perish, but, looking back on it. He leaned forwards, resting his fists on the desk and putting his weight behind them, dropping his shoulders and hanging his head. I thought everyone was like me. I thought everyone who followed duty felt the same as I, but you don't. I didn't realize how different you are. Of course he didn't. Because he hadn't been raised to think any differently. That was just common sense. That's what encountering other humans was all about. Forming those social interactions and understanding just how different you were. Except he apparently lacked that. Her brows furrowed as she watched him. Raised for a single purpose and devoid of all else. Her eyes drifted towards Mash for a split second before they returned to the saber. Solomon showed me human history. He showed me what humanity is, and I saw all those who I killed, all those I had to kill. Those hollows who lost their duty, who lost themselves, and fell to ruin. I saw all those humanity killed in their quest for self-satisfaction again, and again, and again, and again. I saw all of it. He was silent for a moment, then he turned his head in their direction ever so slightly, his voice coming out as little more than a whisper, but it echoed across the room. You scare me. She opened her mouth, but he gave her no time. His voice turned hard. And I pitied you. Thinking you were foolish, that you were idiotic for so rigidly pursuing a life that rejected that same sense of purpose I felt. His words came out stern. Frustration gave way to exacerbation, which turned to resentment. You know what you are though, you know what you live to be. Pushing off the table, he stepped back and squared his shoulders. I know what I am. I know what I am, I can see it more clearly than ever before. I have peace. I'm content because that's what I am made to be. Content with existence and nothing else, but that is all that remains. There was a brief pause before he made a noise of understanding. I understand now that I have no reason to live. That's not true, Ash-san. Mash snapped at him, stepping forwards. There's plenty of things that there had to be something for you too. There isn't. He cut her off coldly, not even turning to face her as he denounced her words without a moment of hesitation. I am akin to those in the painted world. They have no reason to live because they end at a point of zero. All that remains for them is just existence. They have nothing else, they live to achieve nothing else, they will never strive to achieve anything because that is not possible for them. His shoulders slumped. I have no reason to live and every reason to die, he exhaled, brittle and dusty. But this is not an excuse for my betrayal. It is a confession of existence. My very being. I understand, finally, what I am and what you are. Bringing his left hand up, he revealed the black ring held in between his fingers, turning it over in his grip and seemingly examining it. Her own eyes narrowed at it, the crafting certainly looked skilled and she could feel there was something different about it even at this distance. Back with a ruby red jewel on the top, an impressive item. You all had something other than duty to strive for, some wish that made your lives worth living. I had a duty to keep me content, to keep me placated, to make me tolerate any hardship. He carelessly tossed the ring onto the desk, turning away from it as it clattered about before falling still. And I know why. He moved back across the room until he was before the sword implanted in the floor once more, though he didn't make an effort to reach for it. Because as long as I had duty, I would wish for nothing else. I would develop no bonds, have no wish, have no desire, nothing to distract me from my end goal of dying. He was hearing voices in his head telling him to commit ritual suicide. She felt cold. I don't understand you. She felt sick. I don't understand what drives you. It was like she was going to throw up, a taste of acid in the back of her throat the longer she stared at the saber. I don't understand why you keep going. The worst part was he didn't sound angry. But I don't get to. He sounded so casual, so uncaring, so empty. Because I'm not supposed to. I'm supposed to die without regrets, to willingly walk to my doom without the chance to doubt anything. His hand reached out, fingers ghosting along the pommel of the sword before they retracted. He turned his back on them once more. Except that was all for nothing. I was branded unfit for the very purpose I had been engineered for and was burnt to cinders and left as less than nothing. He paused for a moment, then made a small gesture with his hands, until I was brought back with that duty. So desperate was the flame that it would even tolerate my failed existence walking the world once more. Another breath. Even if I was raised without my memories, perhaps that was because there was nothing worth remembering, I still kept that belief ingrained into every fiber. I wore those chains in my very blood. With that belief that my existence, our existence, was to strive for this duty and I saw nothing to convince me otherwise. She wanted to say something to him but there was just something that compelled her to stay silent. He had never spoken about himself before. All unkindled and undead spoke of their duty with such importance. I thought this way of living was universal. I had no reason to believe not to. His hands clenched into fists once more, he hunched slightly and his body trembled, his voice shook, but there was still no fury in his words. It wasn't. It was the product of a world designed to crush the human spirit. That's what the dark sign is. That's what it does. He went still. The wording matters. The dark sign seals away humanity. He chuckled, everything that stems from humanity. All those desires, those inhibitions, that I lack, that fixture on being content. I am just the end result of that. The final product the gods made on the world. The human who rejects ambition and focuses on duty. Who strives for nothing more than quiet contention. He turned and faced them, his eyes closed and his expression blank. So that is why I tried to kill Ritska. That is why I tried to kill humanity. Because I didn't want you to live any other way to me. Because I thought, probably still think, that you are going to suffer for all time because of it. My duty, my reason for existence now, is to prevent that from happening. He reached up, thumping a finger into his chest with a metallic drum. Ash turned from them once more, lowering right hand while he waved his left at them. Can you look back on all human history and tell me that it is bloodless and peaceful? She didn't even get the chance to speak. I know you can't. Neither can I. He paced in silence before coming to a stop, his hand reaching out and placing the flat of his palm on the wall. There was something in his voice when he next spoke. But you achieved so much more than us. You rejected the gods. You reached the heavens. The final words were delivered with clear amazement. You went to the moon. Then it abruptly vanished. We couldn't even pull ourselves away from the dirt. Ash pulled his hand from the wall sharply. Doesn't matter now, I failed in my duty to serve Ritska as a servant. I failed in my duty to prevent human suffering. He released a noise of frustration. Living like me, living how I thought you should live, would only make things worse for you. It is what it is. Olga couldn't take it any more. That can't be it. She hotly refuted, perhaps born of desperation because what he described was nothing more than a homunculus in the skin of a human. Perhaps if he had been one, her response would have been lesser. But the way he described it was just wrong. You had to want something of your own. You can't have gone without wanting a single thing. There had to be more than that, there had to be something else. Where did she fit into all of this? Where did dropping by her office and bothering her at regular intervals factor into all of this? What about my life? What about when you saved me? Why did you spend all those hours visiting me? Ash stilled, turning his head ever so slightly in her direction. Saving your life was nothing more than happenstance. His words were delivered like ice and cut as sharp as any blade. I did not go out of my way to keep you alive. The only reason I didn't consume your soul in the rayshift chamber was because I was stood directly in front of your allies and it would have been a poor showing. She didn't believe that. Do you understand the profound implications of a creature such as myself saving a life instead of taking one? He didn't give her a chance to answer. I had no idea what sort of life you led. What manner of existence I had just forced you into when Chaldea revived you. I know, more so than most, the cost of returning to life. I could have just as easily cursed you in some other way than save you. His hands clenched themselves into fists, his voice rising in volume. I didn't want to save you. I just wanted you pass peacefully after your presumed death. Your continued survival was so far outside my expectations that I knew nothing of what I was supposed to do. He turned to her, lowering his head to hide his eyes, his right hand coming up and pressing against his chest. You speak of my visits to you. I was ensuring that I had not caused more harm than good. Your life became my responsibility, my duty, to see that you were not suffering in pain. Olga wavered on the spot, blinking several times as the words registered with her completely. The way in which he was speaking, what he had said thus far, it all pointed to a single conclusion. A single horrifying conclusion. You were judging whether or not you needed to kill me. If there had been any doubt, any small hope that those were not his intentions, he shattered them with a nod of the head. She felt sick. I will confess my small pleasure in the knowledge that my every visit ended with you appearing in genuine health. He added on almost as an afterthought. You seemed unaffected from your death and the betrayal of your mentor, at least in terms of where your focus lay. A shuddering breath left his throat. That is why I recognize you, why I will always recognize your every achievement when no one else will. Because good or bad, I am now responsible for what becomes of your life. He slowly turned back around. That is what my duty would have commanded of me, and I would, likely still do, feel as though it would have been the correct decision. If I had deemed that you were suffering too greatly. She opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. How could they? He just confessed to plotting her death at every turn of their meeting. Every time they met he was sizing her up like a pig for slaughter. Is that really it? You just showed up every time at my office just to judge if you had to kill me. Her voice was clipped and her vision blurry. She didn't know why and she didn't care. If it were so simple, I would not be so distant. Ash's reply was slow and strained, like pulling teeth. In spite of the way you acted, your hostile nature towards me at times, she did not flinch, but she did come close. I did find the experience similar yet different to Greerit. I did not wish for there to ever come a point where it was necessary. His hand moved up, tiredly rubbing across his forehead before pulling away. You speak of my wants. I never said I lacked wants. He continued on with a shake of the head. I never wanted my friend to die. I never wanted to kill anyone. I didn't want to have to kill you. He exhaled once more, this one sounding tired. I never wanted to exist. But it was never about my wants. Rather, I do not attach the same importance to my own wishes as you all seem to do. Ash-san, please don't say. Mash cut herself off, more so when the saber turned sharply from them. It was about my duty, that feeling where you know your place in the world, where you remain stagnant. You wish for nothing, you lament nothing. You exist in a state of complete understanding. He reached up, extending his index finger and all but stabbing it into the side of his head. I've seen humanity suffer from ambition and greed. I watched the fall of Troy. I experienced the burning of Alexandria. I bore witness to the fall of Rome, the slaughter of the Iceni, the destruction of the Mayans. The hand lowered. I've seen them suffer from duty. Vrindari, who remained silent as her mentor and friend, was beaten and exiled. Alva, who failed in his duty to save the saint and found purpose in the love of a witch. Alon, who remained silent as his friend turned into a monster, his words fell empty. And Gwyn, who branded the world to keep his people in power, the duty to protect the Lordkin. He leaned forwards, bringing up his arm and propping himself up against the wall. Now, Gwyn wants to do to you what he did to me. He'll destroy humanity, seal it away. They become little more than creatures focused on duty to the gods. They'll become me. There was such shame in his words now, such open disgust directed to himself. That's what I wanted for you. More silence stretched as he composed himself. My birth tells me that your way of life is unspeakably ugly and wrong. His voice was flat. History tells me that I am the second greatest monster since Gwyn himself, both destroying humanity for duty. Stepping backwards, he lowered his arms to his side and turned around to face them. What struck Olga was his expression, and his emerald green eyes. I know enough to tell me which is correct, even if I don't believe it's right. He stared at her without a trace of emotion on his face, but she knew he was serious. Kill me or don't, it doesn't matter now. But that wasn't what struck her. Gawain died the moment he was born. What struck her was his eyes. I just didn't realize it until I became Ash. And just how empty they truly were. And he died the moment he rejected his duty. Now, I'm nothing. His empty eyes glanced down, focusing on the hand she had slapped Velka with. For a moment, his expression shifted, then it reverted back. Making a half-turn, he waved a hand in her general direction. She felt mana flare beneath her feet, her eyes widened in alarm and she snapped her head down. The golden ring with symbols glowed for a brief moment around her body before fading. There was a hiss, the door behind them opened but Ash gave no indication he even noticed. Walking back across the room to the spot where he had been, turning around and sitting down. Olga raised her hand to the servants behind her. Her right hand, stopping the servants behind her before they did anything. Likely alarmed by the sensation of magical energy. That was only background information to her, what was more pressing to her was her hand. That didn't hurt anymore. Her lips parted as she stared at it for a moment, then swung her eyes onto Ash while opening her mouth to speak. Benefits of serving the almighty Guinevere. Ash spoke first, a cold edge to his words as he closed his eyes and leaned backwards, head thudding against the wall. Mother wanted to make sure I could use miracles, though without a chime. He made a noise, a croaking sound as his head slumped. I really am her son. His voice cracked as he made the declaration. That's all that's left. Of all the things he had said, that sounded the most broken. By the bonfire, Dreams of the Vanquished Part 1. Olga barely paid attention to the caster by her side as she strode through the halls of Chaldea, aimed directly towards the summoning chamber. Quite frankly, her reasoning could have gone without explanation, especially because the servant was supposed to be a genius in spite of what recent events had led her to believe. She was more inclined to believe that the woman was nothing more than an eccentric who let her whims guide her every movement. Unfortunately, she was also exceedingly good at her job and had the sense to see all of that as well. She couldn't afford to take Romani away from monitoring the condition of Fujimaru right now either, not while he was still unconscious for however long he would remain in that state. Recovering from being completely drained of magical energy was not a swift process, even inside Chaldea itself. When he did recover, he was going to need a proper workout to get his body operating again. She could at least trust Romani to handle all of that. As for why she was currently marching on the summoning chamber. Because when Fujimaru awakens, he is doubtless going to be aware of the loss of the allied servants in the London Singularity. She explained with a wave of her hand, not even turning to face the servant who was walking in step with her. I am certain you are going to be aware of that much, Da Vinci. Da Vinci hummed in acknowledgement but didn't actually reply to what she said, seemingly allowing her to speak first and foremost before she made to offer any opinion of her own. Which was fine enough for her. After that fiasco with Calamate, she was hardly in a position to be listening to Da Vinci at the moment. It might have worked out moderately well, but if Calamate had not been as he appeared, then they would have lost vital intelligence against the servant. They got lucky in more ways than one. The summoning of Chaldea was designed to register the spirit origin of the servants within its data banks in the event they were lost during a deployment. Though they had never actually used it before today, not even with the reports of the summoning of the second heroic spirit to Chaldea. They didn't need to use it now, considering Mash was currently occupying the role fairly well, but it would serve to finally put it to use and see just how effective it actually was. With Fujimaru currently incapacitated, I remain the only individual left in Chaldea with the ability to make use of the registered spirit origins. That got the caster to stop walking. Olga heard her footsteps come to a halt behind her and similarly ceased her own movements. Waiting for the inevitable comment that was going to be sent her way. I feel as though this would be a little direct to ask, but shall I go out on a loop and assume you are not about to summon the fallen servants back and under your command? Rolling her jaw, Olga inhaled before she exhaled. The worst thing was that she couldn't dismiss the fact it was a genuine option for her. The stored spirit origins would be summoned to her, which would make her their official master in the place of Fujimaru, in much the same way that the servants she summoned and contracted with were now hers. A different sort of affair when compared with the likes of Nero and Marie accompanying her down to the surface. Though, that was not her intention. Her arms were brought up, folding over her chest and lowering her head ever so slightly. She knew that Da Vinci was not asking her because she believed that it was a real possibility, because for one thing she did not have the capacity to command servants such as those. Forming a contract with the likes of Brynhildr was based solely upon the servant's personal preference to be as distant from their master as possible. That she somehow served as a suitable candidate for that was telling. As for Cu Chulainn, she wasn't sure about him, not really. No, Olga replied after returning her mind back to the present, turning herself and shooting a look over her shoulder towards the caster. The brunette stared back at her with a curious expression on her face that almost looked a touch knowing. She withheld the urge to scowl at the expression, like the conversation had already played out and she was just reading from a script. When Fujimaru awakens, he will be very aware of the loss of his servants. He was contracted from civilian ranks and is therefore going to be unaccustomed to the death of those under his command, especially given the luck we have received in previous singularities regarding the passing of servants. The deaths of the servants from Okeanos went without saying. That he even challenged her into remembering the names of the saber, Oscar, was telling enough, and she still doubted that he ever truly recovered from that. Those had been servants he encountered from the Singularity and weren't even contracted to Chaldea. The servants that he brought with him were another matter entirely. Especially since he did know them personally and didn't seem to understand that a servant was supposed to be nothing more than a glorified familiar for their master to do with as they wish. At least, that was how she had always been taught in regards to their existence. Therefore, with this knowledge, it would serve Fujimaru to be aware that there is a method by which he can reclaim his lost servants. Placing one hand on her hip, she made a sweeping gesture with the other. That will alleviate some of his concerns when he awakens once more, and I believe it would be beneficial to have my own servants at the moment considering the dire nature of the situation. You mean guarding Ash's room for militant elements? She very nearly tripped over with how swiftly the words had been delivered by the caster, and the complete lack of hesitation they had been spoken with. Olga halted, then swung herself around to face Da Vinci and opened up her mouth to respond, pausing briefly as she noticed that the caster was giving her a look devoid of emotion, her hands on her hips and head cocked to the side. Biting her lip, she gave a single nod of the head. Chaldea has more than enough trouble, and with Fujimaru inactive there is no one to control his servants. She could rely on some of the more sensible ones to keep them under control for the time being, but there was a limit to even their influence. Especially with the rantings of Sullivan, and if Scathach decided abruptly that Ash was going to die, then they didn't have a single servant in Chaldea who could realistically stop them. Da Vinci hummed, an awful lot of effort for one servant who did admit to betrayal. She shrugged her shoulders, turning her head to the side while keeping her eyes locked onto the director. Some might call it smarter to cut ties with him and be done with it. Olga narrowed her own eyes. Some might also say the same of servants who entered into talks with confirmed hostile elements of Chaldea without authorization and without alerting anyone else immediately. The brunette kept her gaze for a moment, then closed her eyes and offered a shrug of her shoulders, lips curling upwards into an apologetic smile. I didn't say that I was a member of that sort of group. I'm hardly the type to be drawn into a lynch mob. Her shoulders lowered, the smile diminished and her eyes opened, right brow raised, though they are pertinent questions you will likely be asked. If not by the servants, then at least by one or two of the staff as well. And if they know what's good for them, they'll keep their thoughts private. Olga growled irritably, turning on her heel and resuming her walk down the halls. Chaldea has more than enough to worry about without having to form lynch mobs and roaming the halls killing whichever servant happens to act against us. She waved her hand, even examining the facts provided. The betrayal we suffered at his hands compared to the likes of Lev Lanor can hardly even be compared. In his entire battle, he failed to kill even a single Chaldean servant despite having the obvious means to be capable of that. It was the thing that struck out to her the most. Even his explanations felt like excuses, but as it stood, she doubted Ash had the mental strength to do anything else right now, either betray Chaldea or move from his spot in his room. She doubted he would even offer up an ounce of resistance if someone went in there to claim his head. Just the idea of someone walking in there to declare their intent to take his head and for him to just lean forwards and expose his neck was. Her left hand wrapped around her wrist, tightening her hold on it considerably and scrunching her eyes shut. It had all been simple once upon a time, so very simple. Now it wasn't, and now they were dealing with something she couldn't have possibly imagined. She didn't even know if Ash was helping them because he wanted to or because he was just working off his slave mentality. And that's what he was. He was just a slave. A slave who was cut loose without any real idea what he was supposed to do, so he just filled that void with another master. Ash had betrayed them, that was an undeniable fact, and yet, the thought of trying to punish him left a sickly feeling in her gut, especially after all he had gone through with them, all he had done, and the fact the Singularity had been specifically designed to break him into that moment. He betrayed them because he was put into a position where he either betrayed his own ideals, his own sense of self, or he betrayed Chaldea. What sort of choice was he even supposed to have made in that situation? After all that, the idea of just killing him for that was revolting to her. That wasn't getting justice for his limited betrayal or anything else, that was just beating him while he was down. Worse, it was like putting someone out of their misery that had been inflicted upon them. Suppose he was to be killed, where would that leave them? With the belief that any servant who was broken in such a way that they would lash out would then be euthanized like an animal. How would Fujimaru have dealt with something like this? Ash's description of his parents drew uncomfortable parallels with that of Mash. Raised for a single purpose and then failing at that, and they were debating whether or not to just toss him aside purely because he followed the programming he had been created with at birth. If it still meant so much to him, then they would be dead by now. It was little secret he still had magical energy to spare in spite of all he went through. In fact, he could have probably killed her when they last met with ease. She had not expected those brands of miracles, and he just used his surprise to heal her in spite of how much he believed humanity was wrong. He could have just zapped her with lightning or something along those lines, or even with one of those pyromancies of his. Considering the speed at which the servants entered the room, shaking her head, she dismissed the thoughts for the time being. Right now she had to focus on ensuring something else. Her posture straightened itself up. What news in regards to the Spirit Origin stores? To my knowledge, they remained unharmed in the aftermath of the blast. They did. Da Vinci took the change in topic in stride, not even offering a single ounce of resistance to the fact she just altered the entire conversation. Olga appreciated that much in the way of common sense. Which means that it should theoretically work as it was intended to do so. Though it is still something that has not been used before and could likely have no shortage of problems that relate to it. Olga grimaced. Before you go into a tangent, I will point out that this is only me speaking based upon Chaldea's string of luck when we speak of these devices that we utilize. She continued on in a flat tone of voice, an edge of mirth entering her as she finished. Especially considering our current record for ray shifts that began with Fujimaru ending up hundreds of meters in the air rather than firmly upon the ground. And she was still up in the air about how that had happened in the first place. She could place it down onto user error given that very few of the staff were actually the original operators as they were designed to have been, but those who replaced them were at least familiar with the equipment. Not that it really mattered much now. They were stuck working with what they got, and what they got was the B team in all but name. Well, they hadn't managed to ray shift him into the stratosphere or half a mile below the ground, so she could at least congratulate them for not instantly killing Fujimaru or MASH. Though, on the topic of ray shifting itself, in regards to servants, what is the current condition of the prisoner? She wasn't going to dignify them with a name. It might have been absurdly petty of her, but speaking the name of a goddess could very easily be attributed to worship in some meager capacity. Even after her talk with Ash, she wasn't going to loosen the noose around that goddess's neck anytime soon. Regardless of whatever Ash might have done if he was left unchecked, the fact of the matter was that he hadn't done anything, and there was no proof he would have done something until the intervention of the goddess. Though she was taking that with a grain of salt. Even without Ash, there was still the matter of resurrecting a proper chief god and letting them loose onto the world. Even if it had been by accident, the restoration had been by design. Messing around with something like that was always going to end badly one way or the other. Therefore, the goddess had been upgraded to prisoner, even if there was no official prison in Chaldea. Readings from the command room are that she is still going strong. Da Vinci replied without even a moment of hesitation, sounding as equally perplexed by the wording as Olga felt, though there was a touch of intrigue about her words. There's no sign that she is suffering from a withdrawal of magical energy, which means it's possible she has some sort of independent action, skill like that of an archer, or... The alternative was much more ominous. Olga wet her lips as she stepped into the elevator, turning around and facing the caster as they followed her in, pressing the button and allowing the doors to close behind her. Da Vinci rolled her jaw, giving a short hum as she reached up and rubbed her chin. And no, we still have had no way of knowing how she was able to follow you back from London. Even with having Pharaoh's look in on it, sighing, Da Vinci moved the hand towards the front of her face. I even went and asked Gwyndolin about the capabilities of Velka. She tensed. That was a risk and a half to say the least. By all accounts, Gwyndolin had been an ardent supporter of Gwyn while his mother was apparently estranged from the god. One could only assume how poor the familial relations between them actually were. You didn't tell him she was here, did you? Da Vinci made a face, without knowing what sort of landmine I would be flinging myself onto. I'm spontaneous, not insane. She crossed her arms over her chest. I told him that we encountered the goddess during the events of the Singularity, though it would seem he still doesn't know about either Guinevere being there, nor is he aware of Gwyn. Her expression hardened ever so slightly. How long do you suppose you can keep that under wraps? Not long. Not nearly long enough. What did Gwyndolin have to say in regards to his mother? If the caster cared for the blatant change in topic, She didn't care, instead she answered the question dutifully. He described her as a dangerous heretic. The description of her miracles was that she based them upon intelligence rather than faith. Replicating the power of the divine with one's own mind as opposed to the soul. She offered a faint smile. In effect, she created a new branch that was separated from the power of the gods. Some Majorcaft equivalent, akin to pyromancy and flame sorcery. Along those lines, yes. Da Vinci nodded, though he didn't make personal comments on her, just said she was as dangerous as she was cruel. He said the gods exiled her to a frozen land, but that was about it. Aside from the land of Karam, which he paid little attention to, Velka was more known for selling forgiveness. Olga blinked. Selling. Yes. You could give money to her church to earn forgiveness from sin. Da Vinci elaborated, then shrugged, which sounds about right. I don't see anything particularly special about that. Nor did she. Though now that she thought about it. Do you think there is a chance she could make the attempt to buy her forgiveness from us? It would have sounded absurd, but bribing them until she eventually made up for her deeds was probably something she would expect from this goddess. The caster hummed, leaning back against the wall of the elevator and drumming her fingers over her forearm. Possibly. Though it's just a more tangible version of making amends. You've done something wrong, so you offer a service to compensate for the wrong that has been dealt out. Though I'm not certain she'll offer us money. I would say information regarding Gwyn himself would be the most valuable source of information. Not just Gwyn, but everything the goddess knew about Seath as well. Havel was a biased source at best, and she doubted that asking him for anything would yield more than an ear-blistering rant about how bad the dragon was and how much of a piece of scum she was for knowing magic or something along those lines. She didn't even want to imagine what he would do the moment he found out that Seath had been present and inside Fujimaru. That was the problem with berserkers. They were insane. Though, returning to Velka following you back from London, there is another option I have been forming. Da Vinci's words returned the attention of the director to her, raising her eyebrow ever so slightly. Another individual who has, thus far, managed to slip our notice with all the chaos and has already demonstrated that they have the ability to get around the detection of Chaldea with some ease, and has also demonstrated the ability to move between singularities. The caster from Rome. Olga looked to her, then furrowed her brows. You suspect they have had some hand in this? We have confirmed instances of them in every singularity save for the one in Fuyuki, Orleans and London. She held up 3 fingers, though considering that his appearance in Scandinavia involved a conversation with Calamate and we were only aware of his presence because of that, we cannot discount the idea he was somehow present in either of the other singularities. Lowering the hand, but it is only a theory at present, and given that the motivations of the caster seem unclear at best, who can say what they have done? If they themselves can somehow move between singularities, then tracing a link back to Chaldea would be within the realm of possibilities, even with our shielding. Olga frowned rather deeply. That was a concerning thought, and one she could not fully eliminate. Especially with the caster's ability to block transmissions and readings from Chaldea, to the point where it had only been by word of mouth they had heard of the caster at all. Still, they have not yet shown themselves to be completely hostile to us. They encountered Fujimaru alone in his tent and did nothing to harm him. Then encountered him and Mash alone without the support of his other servants and departed once their business was concluded. The brunette hummed as she stepped away from the wall, nodding once. True. Given how they describe themselves as a scholar first and foremost, I suppose it would be best to treat them as such for the time being. Uncrossing her arms, they placed themselves firmly upon her hips. As it stands, it would be best to consider them a neutral servant currently documenting whatever is going on. From an academic standpoint, I can certainly see the appeal. Then how would the goddess fit into this hands-off agenda of his? That I cannot say right now. The woman rolled her lips, turning her head down and staring away from the director. Though it feels as though we're only seeing fragments of a puzzle here at the moment. The pieces are all there, but putting them all together thus far is proving to be more than a little difficult. either because we're missing too many pieces or because we've never seen the completed picture before it was broken up. Da Vinci hummed, eyes narrowing as she seemingly considered something further, though there is something else that should be taken note of. The description of the shielding that prevented us from viewing London. We believed it to be the work of this Aldea, yet no one ever mentioned encountering him during the course of the Singularity. She shrugged, and given his magic was apparently related to moving between worlds, I would say that journeying between singularities would be a trivial thing. Olga caught on to her implication instantly. You believe that this Aldea is the caster that was encountered in Rome. Her hand reached for her chin, pinching it between her fingers. Given what they knew of this Aldea, at least what little they had been told, it would certainly make sense that they would be capable of impressive feats such as those. Especially if he was a true magician. Yet it would be a complete change from his actions in the past. Meeting Fujimaru in secret was one thing, but cloaking them in an entire singularity was quite another, and in such an elaborate manner. Da Vinci was right. They were missing something here. The brunette stared straight ahead before she exhaled, closing her eyes and lowering her attention downwards as she walked. Though even if we know who this caster is, I doubt it will do us very little good, given that no one seems to know much of anything regarding the history of the planet even if they come from there. Her head focused on the director, and given what we know of this flame world, I doubt we ever will get the complete picture of everything that ever happened there. You'd need someone who is both old enough to have traveled the world and actually traveled the world. She grimaced. Gwendolyn only falls into the first category and doesn't strike me as being too interested in the human world. Olga resisted the urge to groan. The debacle with this alternate world had been proving a headache from start to finish. Not least because no one seemed to have enough information on what even happened, and those who did know more than others were still missing the knowledge to provide a clear picture. What she needed was someone to compose a fact file for them to actually call upon to access the information and then upload it somewhere just so they had access to it. She needed something like Leto's weird Call to Adventure skill where he could just summon his diaries. He might not have been a complete set of tools up in his head, but he would have at least made note of something, and having them all explain things to her would take much too long and she probably wouldn't remember enough of it. Sullivan claimed to be an archivist, did he not? She realized, looking to Castor and pursing her lips as understanding flooded through her mind. At the nod of Da Vinci, she carried on. In that case, tell him to write down every legend that he would know about off the top of his head from his time as an archivist. I don't care how small or obscure he thinks it is. She waved a hand. For that matter, create an online resource for us about Chaldea so that we can actually access this information. The throne seems to be doing only half the work in understanding the legends of these servants, and I would prefer not to wait until their names are revealed. Da Vinci curled her lips slightly. I'm sure I can have them all string something together. Does this mean we're going to compose a library based on the history of another world? With how often we encounter servants from these other worlds, it seems as though this should have been done weeks ago. Olga declared with a heavy frown, looking to the elevator doors as they opened. In not doing so thus far, we have been lax in our judgments and proactivity. She moved through the doors and into the new hallway. We've been on the back foot for far too long and I'm tired of it. I'll even make it an official declaration if I have to for servants from another world. Quote. We're basically going to make the world's most exotic tourist book. Olga felt her eye twitch slightly at the joke. Whatever the case, I shall pass a message along to Elrin. With her abilities as the records keeper, she would be more beneficial in this event, and she has already demonstrated herself to be. She trailed off, frowning to herself as she realized something rather important. She hadn't actually met with the records keeper before. She could actually recall her face. Knowing her name was a given, but she hadn't had reason to visit the records of Chaldea, since everything she wanted to know would basically have been little more than a button's press away from her when in her office, but she could not recall actually sitting down and speaking with her. Olga grimaced. It would probably be best if she met up with the records keeper in a more official capacity. That could come later, for right now there were some more important matters to take care of. There was always a sense of tension when she stood before this summoning circle, though she had only been personally in front of it once. Every other time she had been stood where Da Vinci was, behind a protective glass screen that would last, perhaps, 10 seconds in the event of a hostile servant. Though such a thing was not supposed to have been possible to be considered at all. She had spoken the truth when she intended to do her own summoning to make certain that the spirit origin retrieval system was actually successful, in a two-pronged method. She very much doubted that Fujimaru, with all the care he showed his servants, would respond well to the thought or instance of them failing to be resummoned if something went wrong with the system. With the resummoning of Stahl, there wasn't much of a personality to lose to begin with, and it was hardly as though she was a pressing member right now. Her mentality wasn't as great of an issue as that of Fujimaru's. If there were any flaws in the system that decided to reveal themselves during the process, then it would be better if she was the one who suffered them rather than him. She didn't have the same sort of attachment to Stahl that he did, and it wasn't as though she no longer had servants of her own. Though she had neither C.U. Chilane or Brynhilder currently present, given that she had assigned them to routinely watch over the goddess and Ash's rooms respectively. Turning around, she glanced towards the window that led towards the small control room behind them. Keeping her expression thin as she watched Da Vinci bring her hand up and give her a short wave before lowering back down again and seemingly slumping away into the chair. The problem with that caster was that she was half convinced that her reasoning had probably already been seen through, but she wasn't going to come right out and say it. She supposed that was for the best. No, it was for the best. She didn't need it being directly brought up in her face because it was common sense to determine that all the equipment they currently had in Chaldea was working as it was designed to. Any sort of error that could occur should be addressed promptly, which was why she was also going to be laser focused on those altitude settings for the ray shift. Leaning forwards, the caster's voice soon echoed out through the room, just turning everything on now. We've not used this system in Chaldea before, so we're going to have to jump through a lot of the startup features for it. Visibly taking her hand off the intercom, she leaned back and allowed herself to fall silent once more. Olga kept her expression measured, offering only a single confirmatory nod as she returned her focus towards the summoning pad. She still had to wait for everything to turn on, but that was to be expected considering. There was a hiss of the door opening behind her. She whirled around and frowned as she watched the familiar magenta-colored blouse of Marie enter the room, bereft of her large bonnet this time. The woman pursed her lips and looked around for a moment, spotting Da Vinci in through the glass and offering a short wave to her before returning her attention towards Olga, though she personally had little idea what Marie was even doing here in the first place. Her confusion showed, namely because she was making zero effort to hide it, as she grew a somewhat apologetic look for a brief moment before stepping forwards, visibly nervous in such a way that she had not seen the woman before, at least not since their small talk down in Scandinavia, so she supposed it hadn't been too long since she had last been in this position, but at the same time it was still something else. She hadn't actually seen her since they came back. She had sent the rider away to get healed while she was quickly sent back to London. Her focus darted back to the woman, her expression schooling itself back to its original and clasping her hands behind her back. Looking Marie up and down in silence for a few moments before she opened her mouth to speak. Is there something you require, Marie? The woman glanced down to her hands for a moment, visibly playing with them before she looked back up and then behind the director towards the summoning pad. I heard that you were coming to the summoning chamber, she replied after a moment of silence, directing her attention back towards Olga and offering a shaky smile. I just thought I would accompany you is all. I've not come too late, have I? Olga thinned her lips. We have not even begun. You have interrupted very little. She glanced towards Da Vinci, unless you have managed to activate all necessary systems yet. The caster shook her head in negative, though Olga couldn't actually trust she meant that, judging by the curious expression that had not parted from the direction of Marie. Either she was being truthful or she was just stalling for time to see what this conversation was actually going to be about in the first place. Though, now that she thought about it more deeply. How were you aware I was coming to the summoning chamber? She raised her eyebrow at the rider, The servant's eyes flickered away from her rather guiltily. There was obviously some way she had been made aware of them. Though she was certain that if she had followed them, then Da Vinci would have at least alerted her about the presence of a servant behind them while in astral form. Unless she wouldn't, but then was the earlier surprise just for show? Her eyes flickered to the side as the air shimmered ever so slightly, a humanoid form taking shape, though the figure soon bowed their head to her in a clear display of apology. Olga flattened her lips at the servant, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place before she could even think to question what was going on in the first place. The servant had their hat removed from their head, a wide-brimmed cavalier hat pressed flat against their chest in a very obvious display. The blonde servant brought their head back up, looking towards Olga with a clearly apologetic expression. "I confess that is my own doing. I felt as though it was my duty to keep Her Highness aware of all the news of Chaldea in recent events and," their lips thinned, "I passed along the news that you were moving on the summoning chamber to her. Though I did not believe she would come immediately." Shaking her head from side to side, she dismissed the apology. There wasn't really anything to apologize for. They were a servant who had served Marie in life and was still loyal to her now. Then again, given the current track record of what servants who followed their oaths and duties were turning out to be, she wasn't sure what she was supposed to feel about this. The idea of the servants following her or passing along information about one another was a little troubling, but it was better than everyone in Chaldea being blind and. Her eyes snapped to Diane. "What else are you aware of at the moment?" The saber tilted their head. "I am aware of many of the currently ongoing efforts around Chaldea." Though there would need to be a specific inquiry, they trailed off, bringing their hat back up and placing it atop their head. "If you did want something more specific, then I am currently aware that the saber known as Ash is currently incarcerated within the halls of Chaldea for an event that occurred in London. Do you know why?" "I do not." Diane confessed with a shake of their head, a slightly troubled look passing along their face. "While it is common knowledge that the caster Sullivan has been vocalizing the problems of treachery, there are few servants who are currently willing to believe a known liar, and the hatred Sullivan holds for Ash is well known. Though, the fact he is incarcerated as well as the number of servants who were killed when they marched on London." The expression of the saber tightened. "I would not confess to making rush judgments without evidence, but there are those who believe the pontiff's claims have merit." That was actually useful information to be aware of, though it was also troubling as well. There hadn't been an official statement released through Chaldea in regards to London, only that the situation had escalated and that Fujimaru was now unconscious and currently recovering. Though that had likely left Sullivan alone to rant to no small extent about what happened in London, and he wasn't there when Gwyn had emerged, nor would he have been there when Seath outed himself. The servants who had been there were all dead, save for Mash, Ash, Nobunaga and Scathach. Of those, she doubted that Scathach was going to be moving in to speak on Ash's defense anytime soon. Nobunaga would have been, but she had made it a point to keep information about Gwyn hidden for now, at least until they knew where they stood with the servants who had loyally served him. Her eyes glanced Diane up and down before looking at Marie. This right here was the problem. Servants showed loyalty even after death, in which case they currently had several servants who had the potential to remain loyal to Gwyn. Archon, Gwyndolin, Sif and Caffrey. The latter two were purely on the basis that those they were affiliated with had also been loyal to the gods or were gods unto themselves. Caffrey was a goddess, so asking her to side against the king of the gods from her own world would be nothing short of stupid. Her mind returned to the present as she noticed the writer looked somewhat impatient. Her eyes narrowed ever so slightly as she watched Marie continually glance between herself and the summoning pad behind her, which left her to wonder what the writer was actually waiting here for. She spared Diane a glance and saw the saber was rather blank-faced at this point. "Thank you for the information," she remarked with a nod of the head towards the saber. The person blinked once, then gave a single hum of confirmation. "Would you be willing to keep me informed of matters around Chaldea until Fujimaru awakens?" She was asking because there was really nothing she could do to enforce. "Naturally," Diane responded before she could even complete her own thoughts, the blonde offering a resolute nod of the head. It would not do for Master to awaken to a Chaldea that is in the midst of chaos following his return. I shall do what I can to ensure order is maintained. They paused for a moment, then glanced towards the direction of the rider by their side. With your assent, Your Highness. Marie gave no indication she actually heard what the saber had said, keeping her focus completely on the summoning chamber. It was only when her eyes returned to Olga and she noticed the look she was receiving that she actually jolted in surprise, glancing around the room and finding herself the center of attention. Her expression cycled from surprise to acceptance as she waved her hand. Yes, what Diane said. Olga pinched her brows together, shooting a look towards the saber, only to receive a troubled grimace in return, followed by a shrug of the shoulders which indicated that Diane was similarly puzzled by the behavior. As for her, she couldn't quite imagine what led to this nor why she would come to the summoning chamber of all. The memory of an idiot who couldn't pronounce her name properly passed through her mind. Her features flattened. Marie. The writer perked up at having her name called, though the next words wiped out whatever trace of goodwill there might have been on her features. We're recalling the deceased servant stall to ensure the resummoning of spirit origins is working as intended. The writer's features dropped. We have no current intentions of trying to summon another servant at this time. Especially since I lack the aptitude for that. Marie rolled her lips, then silently nodded her head up and down, keeping her features stony and devoid of emotion. All the while Diane glanced between the two of them with a slightly narrowed gaze before their lips rolled inwards. Evidently they came to some manner of conclusion, given that they turned to the side and closed their eyes in grim acceptance. We're ready to begin. Da Vinci's voice echoed through the room a moment later. Olga didn't part her sight from the writer as she stood there, still looking towards her with an almost hopeful expression, though it faded back to nothing the longer the silence stretched on. Whenever you're ready, Director. Ready. Olga called back, though she did eventually close her eyes and glance down. I'm going to have lunch later, if you would like to join me. Marie offered an apologetic smile, then shook her head from side to side. That's very nice of you to offer, but I feel like I'd only be intruding, like right now. Looking over her shoulder, she waved her hand towards Da Vinci. Sorry for stepping in like this. I suppose I was just being a nuisance. I don't have an issue with you staying. Olga blurted out before the writer could even think about making an effort to turn away from her. She froze on the spot, midway through making for the door and looking towards Olga. Besides, I would feel more at ease with a servant stationed nearby. With Da Vinci cowering behind the glass over there. Hey, I am without a guard and neither one of my other servants are nearby. The explanation was met with silence from the writer. Her expression shifted ever so slightly. Though her eyes darted towards Diane before a rather brittle smile came onto her face. She raised her hand, pointing towards the saber. I think Diane would be much better for it. Lowering the hand, she made her way across the room and towards the door. Olga stepped forwards, reaching out towards her and opening her mouth to speak. Though Marie made certain she'd never get the chance to speak, vanishing into astral form and disappearing without even using the door itself. Olga's outstretched hand slowly clenched into a fist, dropping back to her side as she stared at the now blank spot of the room. Her expression twisted into something she couldn't accurately describe, then reverted to a mask devoid of emotion. Her eyes lingered on the closed door, then flickered over towards Diane, who looked at least a bit troubled by the behavior of the writer, though didn't say anything beyond staring at the door. At least until they turned back and noticed Olga's attention now fixed upon them. The saber closed their eyes and exhaled. I am sorry. Her Highness has been troubled since her return from the Singularity. Opening their eyes, they fixed her with a somewhat piercing gaze. I can only assume that something occurred in the Singularity for which she now blames herself, but I have not made the attempt to question her about it. They lowered their head. Forgive me for departing so soon, but I must follow after. Olga silently waved her hand in approval. She didn't need someone to explain that to her. Turning her body around and looking down to the summoning pad. Marie had been there in the hope that Tarkus was somehow going to come back. It was a wonder that Marie had even pretended to show any sort of goodwill towards her, especially since it had been her own blunder that had ended with the saber getting killed during the fight against King Arthur. She bit her lower lip. Sending a servant whose noble phantasm was a fortress against one whose noble phantasm was rated as anti-fortress. She might as well have just commanded Tarkus with a command seal to kill himself for all the good she had done towards him. It wasn't even a tactical blunder, that would give her more credit than she was due. Her actions had gotten a perfectly good servant killed because she just hadn't been good enough. Beating a dragon, a joke at best. They won because he was commanded to commit suicide. Was self-flagellation an epidemic around Chaldea at this point? Between all those who were blaming themselves for failures, she wouldn't have been surprised if that truly was the case. Shaking her head, she barely paid heed to the sound of the door opening and closing behind her as she waved her left hand towards the direction of Da Vinci, who had been tellingly silent for a while now. Though Olga was fine with that, she had the feeling that a stray comment from the caster might end up sending her over the edge at this rate. Activate it. The pad started to glow, the orbs of light grew just a touch above the pad itself and started to spin, moving faster and faster until they became rings of light that collapsed inwards. Olga closed her eyes and turned her head away from the sudden blast. The light was accompanied by the clang of metal as something that sounded rather heavy landed. Her eyes cracked open, finding herself staring up at the metallic shape of the berserker. Stahl let out a low warbling grunt, crouched down on one knee and with the top of their axe placed flat against the ground. The berserker gradually rose from their position, adjusting their footing with weighty steps which echoed around the room with all the grace expected of what she presumed would be nearly 1 ton of armor. She could at least feel the pull of mana from her circuits, indicating that the servant had returned to her side once more. Taking a single step backwards, she made a mental command for the servant to move. Their feet rose up and then fell back down. Stahl moved across the pad and onto the main floor with heavy thudding steps. The lack of subtlety she expected from them. Nodding her head once, she turned around and looked towards Da Vinci with a raised eyebrow, any sign of error. Da Vinci shook her head through the glass, pressing her hand down on the intercom once more. There was a brief spike in magical energy transfer for a short moment, but it looked as though it was just consistent with recalled already summoned data rather than a real error. I would assume it's because we're recalling specific information rather than making a random summon. She paused for a moment, then shrugged, but I'm working off estimations here. Look over the information. Olga responded to her. I would prefer this work without the risk of unexpected and unwanted surprises. Her lips pulled down into a frown, her thumb came up towards her lips as she bit into her nail. Especially the like that would be due to. Da Vinci glanced down to the monitor rather abruptly, her brows raising themselves up the length of her forehead and making a face of surprise. Oh. Now that's rather unusual. What? Olga froze, taking a step forwards and pulling her hand away from her mouth. What is it? The caster didn't reply immediately. Much to her annoyance, rather she went about pressing several buttons before her lips pulled themselves into a smile. It looks as though there is a summoning in progress here. Seems as though someone latched onto the recollection of the spirit origin saved in Chaldea and is following the link here. Her head came up, then her eyebrow raised. Before you ask. It is technically possible as we are actively putting out a summoning. This is just aimed in a specific direction, but if someone was to know what to look for. Olga failed to see why she was smiling about this. She whirled around, facing the summoning pad as the orbs of light returned once more. A flicker of golden light flourished around them as they started to twirl around, this time radiating with clearly much more power than before. She took several steps backwards, her right hand clenching into a fist the longer she stared at the light. Her berserker stood protectively in front of her, shield raise and axe at the ready. They hadn't even made the preparations for summoning a servant and suddenly they were being accosted by one. This was supposed to be a simple retrieval, so why was this happening now? Well, it was technically for reasons such as this that she had wanted to run through the process first to avoid kinks in the system, but even still. Collapsing inwards, the pillar of light rose up and blinded the room with the display, much brighter than that of Stahl and with the same flourish of golden light about it. Olga brought up her hand to cover her eyes, soon narrowing them as she heard a familiar sound of weight on metal, though not quite to the same extent as Stahl. She pulled her hand away and stared at the summoning pad, where there now stood a new figure. What she first noticed was the armor they were wearing. The texture was rough like scales, sharp angled shoulder plates aimed downwards, a vaguely golden coloration to it. The sections underneath the armor were a blackened form of chainmail. The linked metal extended from underneath the pauldrons towards the forearms, which were covered in thick gauntlets. The breastplate was thick and blocky, the same rough texture covering it as it trailed down the length of the body. Approaching the waist where a ragged strip of black cloth jutted out from beneath the armor. A metallic skirt on either side of the waist extended down past the thighs and to the knees. The legs were covered entirely in the thick plate metal, though she couldn't speak for the joints. Only standing around 6'5", they lacked the same intimidation via height that Stahl had, yet there was still a presence about them that could not be denied. Even more so when she looked at their face, strong imposing features yet still on the younger side of things, one would have even called them handsome. Yet what struck her most of all was the hair, at least initially. Pitch black messy hair shot out in every direction with streaks of yellow painted through it. Then his eyes opened, and she was dumbfounded once more. The right eye was almost like topaz, luminescent and shining brightly, looking as though it was pulsing every few seconds and with a vaguely diamond-shaped slit to the pupil. Yet the left eye was a crimson red, this one with a perfectly rounded pupil which flickered around the room for a moment before both eyes landed on her and widened ever so slightly. The face of the servant twisted for a moment, looking as though they wanted to say something before their eyes traveled away from her and across the room. Likely landing on Da Vinci, though the expression the new servant made was rather complicated, a mixture of joy followed by obvious shame as they turned their head sharply towards the ground. Finally, they opened their mouth to speak. Their voice came out with an almost gentle quality to it, but they were so incapable of hiding their emotions it was almost as though she was speaking with a child. "Servant, Berserker, I am here to help." Shrugging his shoulders, his eyes landed on Olga for a moment before they averted themselves from her, making it perfectly obvious they didn't want to even so much as look her in the eye. "Don't bother asking for my name though for the likes of you, it isn't worth knowing." Frowning, she stared at the servant a moment longer, then slowly directed her attention away from them and towards Da Vinci, the caster staring at Berserker with an odd expression that looked more annoyed than anything else. Though she quickly returned her focus to Berserker, now wondering if Chaldea was just becoming a haven for depression at this point. And, what a curious servant. Wonder who they could be. And yeah, Chaldea going through a rough patch. By the bonfire, Dreams of the Vanquished Part 2. There weren't quite enough words to describe what Da Vinci was currently feeling as she stared at the new servant who had manifested in the summoning chamber. It had all gone more or less according to plan. The record spirit Origin had called upon the correct servant and manifested the golem servant, or Stahl as the director called her. Not the most original of names, but it was rather fitting, without any real error. She knew the director would be rather pleased at that, at least something they could control for the time being. When Fujimaru awoke, he would be able to bring back the servants he had lost during the course of the battle in London, as well as reassure him for the future if there was another incident where they suffered casualties. The director was correct. Fujimaru was just a normal person and they typically didn't react well to their friends and workplace associates dying. No matter what he would be told about servant existences, she figured he would react poorly to the idea of permanent death. All in all, it had gone rather well and they had achieved what they set out to do, and it was at least a pleasant surprise to see at least one thing around Chaldea working as intended. Even if it was one of the more morose aspects of the facility, not the worst but certainly not the best. Then again, she could easily put the other faults down to human error given that she had personally looked over each and every one of them. Sure, Pharaohs had done the same thing, but she had checked them first, so it was just a second opinion at that stage. That being said, everything had gone well enough right up until the point where a rather unexpected variable had been thrown into the mix. The spirit origin retrieval was merely storing the data they had accumulated from the servant in question. they still relied on the fate system to supply the body itself. Which meant they still had to send out a call across the throne, only this one was very well aimed, towards a specific figure, which should have only summoned the targeted servant in question. Yet the readings had spiked at the last second as another servant somehow latched onto the summoning and followed it all the way back. Something which she hadn't really thought was possible, but trying to understand the full complexity of the throne wasn't something that many could do. Suffice to say, it would merely be improbable, and the arriving servant in question would require a strong enough link not just with the targeted spirit origin but also with Chaldea as well, and they would have been actively needing to physically look for the brief window in which Chaldea put out the call. Simply put, it was like trying to hit a bullet with a smaller bullet whilst wearing a blindfold, riding a horse. Sure, it could be physically done, but it was incredibly difficult to do, to even the extent that she would only attempt it 3 out of 10 times if she was provided with the necessary equipment to enact the little test. Regardless, where there had been initial panic, she had quickly cooled her head when she saw the spirit origin that was manifesting in Chaldea itself. The way in which spirit origins were recorded was not just for the sake of resummoning defeated servants, it was to also ensure that they would be familiar with servants they had already encountered once more during the course of their voyage. Just in case they encountered repeat summonings, and could inform the master teams on the ground of what to expect if they should encounter the same servant twice over. The chances were low enough that it wasn't something they believed was going to happen, but it was still there all the same. This was one such spirit origin. A servant they had encountered within a past singularity that had been recorded was summoning themselves into Chaldea via use of the resummoning features. Brute force if ever there was an example of such a thing, yet Da Vinci had not found it within herself to panic just yet. For one thing, she very much doubted that this servant was going to become hostile upon the moment of their summoning, and even if that was the case, they were being summoned to Chaldea itself, so a command seal from Olga would have stopped them rather quickly. The appearance was something which stunned her first and foremost: basic similarities from the neck down aside, a slight change of coloration to the armor from black to a dull golden shine. They functionally looked the same, except it did look like armor rather than skin. When she looked at the head, she could understand why, given the fact they were effectively human. Or they looked like it, at any rate. Rather crazy hair aside and all that. Yet there was something wrong, something which briefly left her puzzled as to whether or not they had actually summoned the servant she believed they summoned. Physical changes aside, there was just something about their posture that was just wrong. Their shoulders were slumped, their expression was stilted and awkward, and there was just an aura of shame about them that had Da Vinci almost double-take at the screen to make sure that she hadn't made a mistake. Such a concept was laughable, but there was such a disconnect that she genuinely entertained the possibility that she had, somehow, been mistaken in her assumptions and this wasn't the servant she thought it was. Yet, upon looking at the screens, she confirmed their identity in all but name. The readings and pattern of the spirit origin were identical, right down to the class they had been summoned in. Really, it looked as though it had been nothing more than a cosmetic change, and yet, this was nothing shy of horrible to look at. Not an ounce of confidence within their entire being. The fact they had looked her dead in the eye and then turned away as though they were afraid of her was proof enough that they did recognize her. Which meant their memories had been intact. Strangeness of that aside, given that servants typically weren't supposed to recall their times from past summonings. Though Chaldea was already home to impossibilities, and given that she was the one who was helping to run everything, it was just another impossibility. Her initial silence had kept there right up until the servant spoke, then she made no effort to keep her emotions off her face. "Servant, Berserker, I am here to help. Don't bother asking for my name though, for the likes of you, it isn't worth knowing." Who was this? Who was this, and what had they done with the servant she had spoken with? Her frown grew more pronounced, barely noticing that the director glanced at her. She kept her focus entirely situated upon the servant standing on the pad. Berserker. Who did he think he was fooling while showing off his mystic eye to the world as though it wasn't obvious what it was? She would hardly be surprised if even the director learned about it, but then again, he had not just changed physically. Remembering what happened clearly did something to him. He didn't even feel like he was the same person he had been, just some empty shell who had shown up in their place and just. She closed her eyes and kept her arms folded over her chest. This was the sort of thing she didn't want to see because it was just much too painful to look at. The confidence, the passion, the potential that had been there, even if he had been their enemy, was something she had to admire. Watching as he had learned so much, taken such a clear interest in everything she talked about, how he hung on the edge of her every word and how he was clearly enamored with the idea of the arts and building. How he had been inspired to make something of his own, to fight against the impossibility that was before him regardless of whatever outcome was. To see all of that, be there to watch him learn all of that from such a small scale, and then watch as he was summoned as this. This was just. There wasn't a word she could conceive of to describe the sheer scale of the tragedy she was looking at, or not looking at should have been the better word. He didn't even want to tell them his name because he thought it mattered so little. The worst thing was that she could understand how he had ended up like this. Used and discarded so quickly, and having it exposed that everything he worked towards, everything he believed in, had always been nothing more than a pipe dream. How people dealt with failure was always dependent on them. Those with experience in failure would be more capable of powering through it, better at picking themselves back up. Yet it was always getting past that first failure that was the hardest, and it depended solely upon the failure. He had outright admitted that he would have been perfectly fine in losing to Olga, and Da Vinci believed him. That hadn't happened though. He was made to kill himself. He was made to kill himself and then sat there and listened to how all his ideals had been nothing more than a sham, and that he was just summoned to act like a mere beast, nothing more. As far as failures went, she would admit that one sounded rather traumatizing. Especially given that it was his first proper failure. To branch out of his zone, to take the plunge into the unknown. And then to be violently rebuffed in such a way. Her eyes opened up, staring at Berserker across the room as he continued to look away from everyone else. His expression might have remained blank, but there was nothing he could do to hide his general posture, the nervous energy and the just awkward stance of it all. Changes had occurred, and it even merited repeating in her mind. The longer she stared at the Berserker, the more she found herself at odds with how he was currently. Not that she blamed him for this, it wasn't his fault, and given how he acted in the Singularity, his manner of thinking was quite simple. He was simply responding to heartbreak in the sort of manner she would have expected from someone with as little understanding of the world as him. He might have been in the process of learning, but there was only so much that could be conveyed through words. Da Vinci found her mind returning to the present when the director stepped out from behind stall, placing her hands on her hips and regarding the newly summoned servant with what she could only assume was a rather irritable gaze. Though she was only theorizing, given the fact that she couldn't see the face of the woman, it was a decent enough guess. Especially given the previous interactions with servants concealing their true names. Speaking of which, she imagined that the archer in the cafeteria would eventually wind up getting cornered to reveal his identity in the not-too-distant future. Berserker. Olga parroted the class back to the servant, earning a flinch from them before he offered a single affirmatory nod of the head. And why is it that you suddenly believe you can get away with not naming yourself? As expected, the director flew at the problem with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer. Berserker remained silent, still averting his eyes from them. How do you know that your name isn't worthy of us knowing in the first place? The woman continued to spear holes in the rather feeble excuse of Berserker, who could only stand there in silence as she spoke in an increasingly annoyed tone of voice. Is there some manner of conceptual weakness that you cannot speak of? Even if that is the case, I am not in the right mind to care right now. Swinging her right arm forwards, she pointed a finger squarely towards the Berserker and clearly caught them off guard given the way their heterochromatic eyes swiveled towards the finger in question and stared at it with rapt attention, presenting the rather amusing image of them going cross-eyed. So you were the one who accepted a summoning to Chaldea with the purpose of aiding in the restoration of humanity. I am going to be damned if I start allowing servants to run around without revealing their true names anymore after the last debacle I have been party to and its effects on Chaldea. Her arms snapped back down to her side, taking a single step forwards, so I shall ask you again. What is your true name, Berserker? Berserker stared at the director for a few seconds in pure silence, his expression rather surprised before his eyes swung in her direction. Something crinkled in his gaze as he diverted it from her and towards the wall once more. The eyes closed themselves, Berserker releasing a long breath. I accepted the summon with the expectation of being denied. To my understanding, the ranks of heroic spirits are filled with those who achieved great deeds in life. Turning his head back towards the pair of them, his eyes opened once more. There are no great deeds for me. There is no monument to my achievements. Knowing my name will do you no good because I have nothing to show for my actions. Spreading his arms wide, he shrugged his shoulders. I was a failure in life, to be a failure in death is no surprise. He lowered his arms. If you cannot accept me within your ranks, then that is fine, but I am not to give you my true name because Berserker is a more fitting one for me. At the very least it is, more passable than what my true name was. He muttered the latter part of that sentence out. Da Vinci grimaced at his words. This was much worse than she had thought. Olga looked as though she was going to start speaking again and it would doubtless end up in a runabout circle until she tried to force the matter one way or the other. Demanding the true names of servants when they were summoned might have seemed a little peculiar, but there was now ample reason to justify knowing them. Not just because of the potential of grudges but also because of the last few instances of unnamed servants causing trouble. It was likely that the director was worried about being caught in a similar situation to Fujimaru. Though if she pushed this when Berserker was so fragile, she was certain he might end up breaking and leaving. He would doubtless refuse to answer a summon again after that and she was going to be damned if she left him in this state. Former enemy or not, he was now here because he very clearly wanted to help and she wasn't going to let someone who was so willing to learn from a genius slip through her fingers. Leaning forwards, she pressed her hand on the intercom once more. The crackle of the speakers silenced the room in front of her. She watched the head of Berserker swing around to the sound of the noise, concern briefly forgotten as clear interest flickered through his features. Da Vinci had to fight back a smile at the little slip there. In spite of everything, he really was curious about it all even now. Director, if I might interrupt. There is currently a precedent for servants not revealing their true names. Olga paused, then slowly turned around to face her with a look of clear irritation on her face, opening her mouth to speak only for Da Vinci to cut her off before she could get a word in. And thus far, the Red Archer has proven himself to be quite the boon even without a true name. Besides, it's not as though Berserker has forgotten his true name, just that he's ashamed of his past. She looked to Berserker, the expression of the servant was twisted, caught between looking to her and looking to the intercom above them. Though the moment she had started speaking, Berserker had promptly avoided looking at her. Da Vinci was half convinced he was going to bring up his hand and cover his face with it. Besides, I don't think anything shy of a command seal is probably going to force a servant who answered a summons from you. Master aptitude aside, that clearly gave her pause, Olga's face flickering between a range of emotions from surprise, then to frustration before finally settling on grim resignation. The pale-haired woman reached up and palmed her face, rubbing the bridge of her nose and shaking her head from side to side. Da Vinci certainly didn't envy their position and Berserker certainly picked on heck of a master, but she was sure they would have an odd enough energy that they could make it work. I do not expect this to be a permanent arrangement. Olga remarked in a far more tired-sounding tone of voice, shifting her attention back onto Berserker, her hands placed firmly on her hips. Nor do I expect you to withhold your full strength and lock away your noble phantasm in the interest of protecting your identity. If you place your own personal feelings over the objectives of Chaldea, then I will not hesitate to use a command seal. Berserker stilled for a moment. Da Vinci cringed at the clear panic that flooded over the face of the servant as the director brandished the red symbols on the back of her hand. The way his eyes narrowed into pinpricks and he looked as though he stopped breathing for a split second didn't help matters much either, not that Olga noticed as she lowered the hand once more, to ensure that. Do you understand? The servant nodded their head once. I would not hold back against an enemy. That, I promise you, he assured her in a rather subdued but still deadly serious tone of voice, actually looking directly towards the director for the first time during the conversation. Though it was only a fleeting moment as his eyes closed, he slowly turned his head down once more and stared at the ground, awkwardly swinging his arms up and folding them over his chest in a way that made it clear he was hardly comfortable with the gesture. Almost as though he was trying to make himself smaller. Da Vinci thinned her lips. Director. If it isn't too much trouble, I don't mind taking on the role of showing the servant around Chaldea. She noticed Berserker freeze on the spot, swinging his eyes onto her and looking very much like a deer in the headlights of a car. Olga similarly turned around and raised an eyebrow at her in puzzlement. There's plenty of work around Chaldea that requires your direct attention, and with everything currently going on, I would say that taking the time out of your schedule to give a tour to a servant would be somewhat arduous. Olga still didn't look all that convinced, but Da Vinci was hardly going to blurt out and say she wanted to steal Berserker away because she wanted to have some time to see how he was actually feeling and whether anything could be done for him. Olga put her weight onto one side, her left hand dropping down from her hip. You expect me to leave you, our technical genius, alone with a servant who has yet to name themselves and go off wandering around the base? That was actually a pretty solid argument. More to the point, what sort of master just pawns off their servant to someone else within seconds of summoning them? Olga continued onwards, lips drawn into an even deeper frown. Da Vinci found herself torn between praising the director for her sudden change towards this more hands-on approach and cursing the timing of it all. It wasn't that she didn't trust the woman, but it was that Berserker was hardly likely to reveal his true name, and if Olga was to figure it out, well, he was evidently going through his own little lengths to keep his identity secret even from Olga out of shame. Getting found out might prove a rather awkward situation, and there was every chance that Olga would just blurt out his true name and all of that. Actually, it wasn't much of a chance. She knew the director would do just that. Because in spite of everything else, the director was still a rather straight-to-the-point individual. This isn't about you pawning off your servant, Da Vinci replied coolly, leaning forwards and looking at Olga through the glass. This wasn't an intentional summoning, and it was done through a method we weren't accounting for. Pointing to herself, she continued on. I already have to move through Chaldea to deal with the tasks you've asked of me. This is merely taking a small detour on my route to all of that and showing Berserker around. If it helps, it would also give me some time to evaluate him. She raised an eyebrow at the director. If you recall the last instance in which I spoke with a servant and forwarded my opinion of them to you. Olga rolled her jaw, eventually closing her eyes and letting out a short huff. Very well, at the very least, some fresh perspectives might be required at this rate. She glanced back to Berserker. Then pointed to the window. This is Castor, she is going to give you a short tour around Chaldea. I still have other matters that require my personal attention and personnel that need to be spoken with in regards to recent behavior. Da Vinci almost cackled then and there at the muttering of the final sentence, namely the fact she could guess which personnel she was going to be speaking with. Though if she needed help with tracking down a certain French queen, then she was certain that she could lend a hand towards that. It also seemed she wasn't the only one who noticed. The eyes of Berserker landed on her and narrowed ever so slightly in suspicion. His mouth opened before it closed. Evidently not feeling confident enough to speak. Comply with her orders as though she was me. Olga continued on. If you are not going to immediately reveal your true name, then the very least you can do is show that you are willing to be cooperative. Is that clear? Berserker nodded his head, albeit rather jerkily. Olga watched him for a few moments longer, then shifted her focus back to Da Vinci. Report back to me once you have completed your task and see about this sudden summoning. She continued on, moving towards the door. I want to know how a servant ended up summoning themselves in the midst of a spirit origin retrieval. Da Vinci hummed in affirmation, keeping her eyes on the Berserker and watching as they stood next to the summoning pad, still shifting around and looking anywhere but in her direction. Returning to the tried and tested appearance of a small child on their first day of school and being without a single friend. Actually, it was rather saddening to make that sort of comparison, Especially considering all their previous interactions, she rather enjoyed those little talks. Just something for her to look forward to in the future then. Clapping her hands loudly, the servant jolted as she leaned backwards, then put on a very wide smile. "I'll be there in just a moment, Berserker. Then we can begin your tour of Chaldea." Berserker mutely nodded his head up and down. Da Vinci hadn't expected them to immediately fly into a conversation, but the silence was certainly something that she was more than a little put off by. The least he could have done was ask some questions every now and again, mainly because she had said he could ask some if he didn't understand anything or wanted further explanations. Also, she kept having to slow her pace because Berserker seemingly refused to walk side by side with her, opting to instead trail behind and keep his eyes on whatever it was that caught his attention, though it would differ wildly between something as petty as a light switch to a closed door. He was at least curious, she supposed. He'd demonstrated that in the summoning chamber, but there was still hesitation about him. Coming to a halt, she pressed the door and then led the pair of them inside the next room, briefly glancing around to make sure that the servant in question wasn't actually in the library. There was normally one or two around and she had sensed a servant inside, but it wasn't quite the servant she had been expecting. The purple hair of Medusa was easily spotted across the room. The writer's servant froze for a moment and glanced upwards ever so slightly in their direction before she looked back down. Though that lack of interest lasted only a moment before Berserker stepped into the room just after her, briefly pausing and then moving past her. His body leaned forward slightly as he stared straight towards Medusa. The writer eventually looked up and noticed the new servant staring at her. Da Vinci glanced at him, his expression rather perturbed as though he was having problems in understanding what he was seeing. Eventually taking in a short sniff before narrowing his eyes. Medusa inclined her brow at him questioningly, not quite saying anything yet but making it clear that she was aware of what he was doing. Her eyes turned onto Da Vinci and asked the silent question. All the caster could do was shrug her shoulders. She couldn't quite understand what had Berserker so interested in her either, but given he was now sniffing the air, she supposed it might have something to do with. "Are you a flame kin?" The question came so suddenly and was spoken with such an innocent tone that Da Vinci almost missed it, turning her attention to Berserker at the same time Medusa did. The writer pinching her brows together and tilting her head to the side in a vaguely questioning manner. When she spoke, it was a rather slow and bemused tone of voice. "I would need to know what a flame kin is before I answer it." "Ah, right," Berserker muttered, letting out a low hum and glancing down. "I think they're called gods. Though, you're a woman so, goddess." He nodded once, looking back to Medusa. "Are you a goddess?" Medusa regarded him with a flat look, one bereft of emotion before she spoke but a single word. "Once." And like that, she returned to her book and all but ignored the existence of the Berserker. He still stood there, staring at her because of the answer before giving a low hum and turning to the side. Heterochromatic eyes swept over the expanse of the room with a vaguely intrigued look in them, yet the innocent confusion remained. Da Vinci was slightly more impressed that he was able to tell what Medusa had once been, namely because her ranking in divinity was the lowest that Chaldea had ever seen, barely present with an E rank. Though she supposed that dragon senses were just good like that. "This is the library, by the way," she explained just so Berserker understood where they actually were, though she wasn't entirely sure if he would even know what a library was in the first place. Indeed, after she made a grand sweeping gesture and returned her attention, she was greeted by the face of someone who didn't understand a single word she had just said. Rather, he looked rather lost and still kept his eyes fixated on the shelves and Medusa herself. "It's where we gather books." Still no sign of comprehension. "It's where humans note down things they achieved." Now Berserker looked interested. Something flashed through his eyes for a moment as he suddenly looked to the rows and rows of books with something akin to mesmerization, taking a single step towards the closet shelf and extending a clawed hand towards it, delicately hooking a finger around the spine of a reddish cover and pulled it back and into his hand, where he then flipped it open. While the book was upside down, she watched his face shift between emotions, first looking excited although it quickly gave way to confusion and then to bewilderment as he stared at the pages, his brows pinched together in a clear show of intense concentration as he leaned closer to the pages, pulling his lips into a deep frown. "You're holding it upside down." Da Vinci glanced towards the commenter. She was impressed that Medusa had managed to say that without even looking away from her own book, idly flicking to another page and maintaining her indifference to what was going on around her. She was rather glad that it was just Medusa and not someone else, which was a phrase she had never expected to utter, but that was just how Chaldea worked sometimes. Berserker made a small noise, a faint dusting of red on his cheeks as he wordlessly flipped the book around on its head and then looked over it once more. Da Vinci furrowed her brows as she realized something rather important. Where would a dragon even get time to be able to read? In fact, could he even read at all? To her knowledge, neither Ash nor Jean were capable of reading despite being servants, so where was the guarantee that Berserker could read as well? What is? Berserker's words jolted her. She turned to him as he stared at the book and brought it closer to his face while squinting at it. What is France and why does it matter? Da Vinci blinked, then turned her head to the title of the book he was holding and had to close her eyes. Bringing her hand up to cover her face, concealing her smile and pretending to look as though she was thoughtfully nodding her head up and down, as opposed to cackling like an idiot. Indeed, he had somehow managed to pick out, "Matter of France," and she supposed that was a fair question. Certainly an odd choice for his first reading, but not a bad one. That being said, it's just the title of the book though if you wanted an answer to your specific question. Pulling a wry smile upon her lips, she leaned backwards and placed her hands on her hips, inclining an eyebrow to the servant and speaking in a deeply amused tone of voice. That might end up taking more than a couple of hours if you were truly curious as to why France matters. It would certainly eat into our tour. I don't mind, but it's up to you. Berserker hummed, slowly closing the book once more and then returning it to the shelf. I am sure it would probably be interesting, he exhaled, shaking his head from side to side. But I don't want to be a bother to you, Vinci. Waving a hand towards the door, Berserker walked towards it with a touch more life in his step than when he came in. Vinci, huh? Her lip twitched upwards. And she hadn't even told him her name yet, he probably didn't even realize. It was on their journey to the next stop when Berserker asked her a question. It was the first one he had actually asked her properly, but it was still his first question and was no less important. Especially given the nature of the question itself. The woman in the place of strange paper. Books. She supplied him with a nod of the head, keeping her vision ahead as she spoke, though she did spare him a quick glance from the corner of her eye and watched as he absorbed the word, humming in affirmation before he continued on. Yes, books. He spoke the word in a rather odd way, as though he was tasting it as it passed between his lips. Considering his face scrunched up as he spoke, it was clear that he was making a genuine effort to understand the word as well. The woman. She said she was once a goddess. Da Vinci nodded. She was, once upon a time. You mean they can stop? It was probably a rather interesting concept for Berserker, especially considering all of the gods he had ever met had fought for the specific purpose of keeping themselves in power to obtain the power that went with being a god. The idea that someone could stop being a god would likely be a bewildering thing for him to wrap his head around. Though Medusa was hardly something of a common occurrence, there were actually a good deal of the gods who willingly departed from the world towards the end of the Age of Gods, further hastening the coming Age of Man. That aside, she made a small gesture with her hand, waving it from side to side. They can depart from the world in such a way that they stop being a present god in the world. But in the case of Medusa, she is a product of extenuating circumstances. That was probably a rather delicate way of putting it. Though she could sense the confusion of the servant, he was also making a poor effort of hiding it. Coming to a halt, she exhaled and faced him fully. Medusa is from the Mediterranean region of the world. This would have been thousands of years ago in a place known as Greece. She saw Berserker nod along with her words. Long story short, the Greek goddess Athena cursed her and Medusa would eventually become the monster known as the Gorgon. Effectively, she fell and became a demon. They would do that to their own kind on purpose. She blinked at the sudden snarl that flooded across the face of the berserker. His lips curled back and revealed a sharpened row of teeth, his head snapping back towards the direction of the library before horror flooded his features. Did I drag up old wounds for her with my words? That was quite sensitive of him. As for the answer, I suspect she would be more accustomed to being treated as distant. Berserker didn't look mollified all that much with her words, though there was still the matter of his rather violent reaction towards becoming a demon. Unless he was thinking in terms of the likes that came from, what did they call it? The fall of Izalith, the birth of the demons. That was due to gods messing about with something and then turning into what were described as rather monstrous creatures, namely towards the likes of Quelaag. As for her feelings, I suspect it would take more than being reminded of what she was to cause offense. She is probably rather aware of her own past. Berserker made a noise, glancing down to the floor and clenching his hands into fists. The gods would do that to their own people. Bringing his head back up, he tilted it slightly. Why? Da Vinci shrugged. Jealousy is what is commonly decided upon as Athena's motivation. He went still, shoulders squaring and a complicated look passing across his face for a moment before he made but a single noise. Visibly cringing, Berserker slowly turned back around and resumed walking down the hallway, a reaction that brought a raised eyebrow to Da Vinci but not one without understanding. Through all of their talks, he had made his original motivations for destroying things rather apparent. She supposed that the idea that he was not alone and something else he shared with the gods would be rather uncomfortable. She followed after him, falling back into step with the Berserker. In case you're curious, our next little stop will be the cafeteria. She paused for a moment, then continued on, it's where people go to eat. Humans and servants alike, though the latter don't really need to do that, she explained as they came upon the elevator, ushering the dragon inside and then following them in, pressing the button and turning around to face the doors. They don't. Berserker muttered in puzzlement, but they still do. Oh, yes, she hummed, I still go from time to time. Sigward makes some magnificent coffee and pastries. And he really did, becoming something of a small legend about Chaldea for his Estus coffee which he took in stride. She would dare say that his beaming face was nothing shy of uplifting in the morning. He certainly earned his charisma rank, that was for sure. Berserker angled his head, raising a brow. Sigward. Like Sigurd. He's from somewhere called Katarina. She explained to him. The naming conventions were certainly similar enough that she suspected that Katarina was the equivalent of Germanic Europe for the other world which didn't actually have a name yet. She wasn't certain what they called it, but they would need to think of a name for it at some point. It's a rather nice country from what I've been told about. Apparently they were quite big on food festivals as well. Certainly sounds peaceful. Sigward makes them sound appealing enough, that was for sure. Festivals. Gathering of humans for the purpose of fun and enjoyment. The explanation came without missing a beat, waving a hand and keeping the smile on her face as she spoke. Something that Chaldea could probably do with right about now, she muttered under her breath. It was an intrusive thought that she hadn't meant to let slip, but what was done was done. That didn't make it any less true, given how everyone was seemingly walking around with their own rain clouds as of late. If Berserker reacted to her words, that was the one thing he didn't make much of a physical showcase of doing. Something she gleaned when she looked at him once more and saw his eyes wandering around the interior of the elevator, a slightly puzzled look upon his face before it reverted back to his schooled features. The doors opened up and they were back on their small journey once more. Though this time, she was more inclined to see what the Berserker actually thought so far. I understand we haven't seen all that much, but what do you think about Chaldea so far? Berserker made a small noise before he replied, it is, very clean. The remark in itself sounded rather dumb, but it also sounded as though it was the first thing that came into his head. The servant came to a halt and looked out across the large windows that lined the hallway, staring down across the blizzard that surrounded them. He stood there for a moment, a stern look written upon his features before he continued on. The outside looks so hostile to human life and yet inside it is something else entirely. The servant hummed as he turned back to face her, waving a hand towards the bleached walls. This entire place is so different compared to what I am used to. It's so clean. Even the buildings I encountered looked as though they still originated from nature, the mud that was slapped together into brick and the wood from the trees, but this. He shook his head, turning back around and extending a hand, placing the flat of his left palm on the glass. This is something else. Da Vinci cracked a smile. I take it you're impressed then. I couldn't imagine making something like this. Berserker replied with a hushed tone to his words, something else underlying his words. Something that sounded very much like shame and envy rolled into one. She could see his reflection, watching as he closed his eyes and let out a shallow sigh. He leaned forwards and rested his forehead against the glass with a dull thud. That's probably telling, I suppose. Everyone has their own talents. She replied coolly, gaining the attention of Berserker even if only in the form of a receptive hum. And everyone can create something. It's just a matter of working on it. It might surprise you to know that not every genius is born brilliant, the truly exceptional ones have to work hard at it. She leaned back, placing a hand over her chest and looking him up and down. Berserker was silent for a moment before he replied. Were you like that, Vinci? Being born a genius isn't all the blessing it's cut out to be. It was clear Berserker hadn't expected her words as he turned around and faced her, confusion flickering over his features as he stared at her. Then it shifted into disbelief. She could see where he was coming from. Who would believe something like that was genuine instead of pandering, but that was the truth to it. It has its moments here and there, but sometimes you just wish there was someone else you could compare with. If only for that little thrill that comes with a challenge. After all. Shrugging her shoulders, she turned away from him and continued on her way down the corridor. Who wants to be amazing if it comes at the cost of being alone? Who indeed? It didn't take them much longer to arrive at the cafeteria after that, and conversations with Berserker were rather sporadic at best, normally involving very little in the way of going either way. Though that only lasted until they actually made it towards the door of the cafeteria itself. After that point it was when things took a turn that Da Vinci hadn't quite been expecting. Not the worst turn, but very nearly close. Given that they didn't even get to the door before it swung open and Archon stepped out into the hallway, a tray of food held in his hands. The Silver Knight paused in the moment he caught sight of them. Da Vinci similarly froze, but for a rather different reason. Namely because of the servant who was currently standing next to her and the fact it had been Archon's people who genocided their entire race. Archon silently stared at them for a moment, his helmet lingering on her before it gradually turned towards the direction of Berserker. His posture abruptly tensed, she heard a faint groaning and her eyes flickered down towards the tray in his hands, watching as the metal started to bend under the fingers of the knight. She gradually turned her attention onto Berserker. His expression was utterly devoid of emotion as he regarded Archon in front of him with an utterly dispassionate stare. Whether or not Archon had realized who was standing before him was something that she couldn't attest for, but she wouldn't put it past the Silver Knight to know. The only way it could have been worse was if Havel came strolling through those doors. I should have expected to see a Silver Knight in the company of humans. Berserker's voice was utterly bereft of emotion as he spoke, cold as ice and something which had Da Vinci cringe at. Combined with the expression, it made for a rather eerie tension, as though he was moments from leaping at the knight. Archon did not allow the remark to go unreciprocated. You seem sane for an abomination of the abyss. He audibly sucked in a breath, then turned his helmet in her direction. I see that the quality of your allies has deteriorated even further than I could have imagined. All you need do now is summon a true demon of chaos and a trifecta of abominations, traitors and enemies will be completed. Da Vinci raised a brow. I don't recall it being any concern of yours who is and isn't summoned to Chaldea. Crossing her arms over her chest, she narrowed her eyes ever so slightly at the servant. Something was strange. Archon didn't usually snap at someone like this, but there was the matter of the abyss being generally regarded as evil by his people, except Ash using dark fire was well known throughout Chaldea at this point in time. And insulting them to their face within seconds of meeting them isn't very friendly. He released a short breath. No, it is not. Though my personal preferences seem to have no bearing on matters as of late. Archon finished with an audible click of his tongue, resuming his march with the tray of food still in his hands. Da Vinci inclined a brow at him and stepped to the side to allow him to move past her. Are you not going to eat in the cafeteria? She called out to him. Archon stopped walking for a brief moment as he registered her words. He turned his head to look over his shoulder for only a second. There was an odd posture about him, something almost defensive, but it lasted for barely the time of the stare before it vanished and his head swung back around. I would prefer to eat in the comfort of my own room for the moment. He muttered in a low tone of voice as he stomped forwards, footsteps echoing through the halls. She watched him leave with slightly narrowed eyes. He was clearly hiding something, but chasing him down to try and figure out what it might have been was a little low on her agenda today. It was possible he could have found out about Gwyn, but she imagined his response would have been a little more vocal than that. Berserker was similarly watching him leave, with a slightly different look on his face before he spoke. Are there many of the Flam? He cut himself off, closing his eyes and then resuming with a minor correction. Are there many of the gods and their followers in Chaldea? Da Vinci hummed. We have a small contingent at the moment, yes. Though for the most part we've got more than a few humans-based servants in Chaldea, though the number is a little lower than it was in the past. She turned around, moving through the door to the cafeteria and providing a further explanation. A small incident at the end of the last singularity caused us to lose more than a few servants in the final battle, I'm afraid. He would have heard that anyway the longer he stayed in Chaldea, so it was probably better that he find out now rather than accidentally stumble into it. I'm sorry. She stopped at the words of Berserker, though only for a moment before she continued onwards. It was a nice enough sentiment, but the truth was that she didn't actually know the servants who perished very well. Besides, the way in which servants worked was normally in the way that they would hang around for a few days, perhaps weeks, and then die for their master. That was something they all accepted when they were summoned, especially in these circumstances. Even still, it was a nice sentiment. Stepping inside, she looked towards the kitchen and brought up her hand, waving towards the servant behind the counter and offering a warm smile to them. Afternoon, Sigward. Ah. Sigward looked up from handing another plate of something towards one of the staff. The blonde hair of Sylvia turned to her for a brief moment and the woman offered a single nod of the head before she took away her plate of food back to her own table. The Catarina Knight kept his eyes on Da Vinci for a moment, then looked towards Berserker next to her and smiled a little wider. Da Vinci, I see we have another new ally to greet us. Leaning back, he puffed out his chest. I am Sigward of Catarina, pleased to make your acquaintance, good sir. Da Vinci cracked a smile as she approached him, placing her hands on the counter and leaning onto them. I see that you're maintaining your smile fairly well, Sigward. Of course. Sigward nodded his head, a smile still plastered on his face, though there was a note of sadness within his eyes. In times such as these, I feel as though a smile is more precious than ever before, and it would not do to greet our new arrivals with a hefty frown. He exhaled, then looked to Berserker. At the risk of sounding redundant, I shall repeat myself. I am Sigward of Catarina, resident chef of Chaldea. Just Berserker. The servant replied to the Catarinan for the moment. Sigward took the explanation with a nod of his head. Ah, a man like Archer then. Fair enough. Rather accepting, but given he was working with another servant who refused to divulge their true name, his accepting nature could be easily understood. Well, our services are open to servants just as they are open to the living, but don't take too big a portion. He joked with a grin. The man reached up and rubbed his bushy mustache as he chuckled. You'll see some others beside myself. Namely Julius, who is human, and Highness Boudica. Stop giving people the wrong impression of me. A female voice called back from the kitchen. The door behind Sigward swung open as the red-haired woman stepped out from one of the storage rooms, apron covering her front and a touch of amusement on her features as she approached. Don't pay attention to this one. A servant should hardly be thinking about our times as rulers in the past given what we're all here for. Coming to a stop, she extended her hand towards Berserker with a gentle smile. As for myself, you can feel free to just call me Boudica. Ah, yes, a handshake, Berserker muttered under his breath, bringing up his right hand and moving it towards the rider at a snail's pace, a look of utter concentration on him which brought a raised eyebrow to the red head but nothing further, clasping his hand in her own and shaking it up and down. Highness, you are a queen. Boudica cringed. Was. ... Oh, I see. Berserker's voice turned somber, what could only be described as understanding filtered through his eyes as his expression dropped, slowing the handshake down to nothing and keeping her hand in his grasp, eventually releasing her and recalling the hand to his side. The redhead offered a faint smile in return to show she was unaffected. Don't try and put yourself down over it. Not something you could really know, what with your otherworldly servants not knowing all that much about our history and all that. To her credit, Boudica was fairly understanding of what could have been considered blundering into a landmine. Now then, given that this is your first time here, would you care for anything to eat? Berserker blinked, then reached up and scratched the side of his cheek rather awkwardly. Eat, yes, air. He silently looked at her for a moment, then returned his eyes to Boudica and looked at the rider with an increasingly strained expression. Most likely because he'd never eaten human food before, unless he happened to eat a sheep or a cow, but there was a marked difference between cooking one and just swallowing it whole. Still, it might serve as a good starting off point. Clearing her throat, she stepped forwards. I think that a burger will suit him just fine. Something light, I suppose. She looked him up and down. The real question was whether he would like anything with the burger, probably chips. He felt very much like a fast food type of person to her, and her gut feeling for this sort of thing was never wrong. Yes, burger and chips. Both Sigurd and Boudica stared at her in silence for a moment, then the former cleared his throat. And yourself? Calzone. She replied simply, then cupped her chin. As for the interior, tell Julius to surprise me. Right, Sigurd nodded, then looked to Boudica and mutely worded, calzone, to her with a bewildered look on his face. The writer just rolled her eyes and shook her head from side to side. Da Vinci chuckled to herself, then looked back across the cafeteria, not a wide array of servants currently inside beyond the odd notable exceptions of those who ended up spending most of their time in there. She briefly spied Beatrice in the corner of the room next to a plant, silently staring at the chair opposite her without any food in front of her. Then there was Mozart somewhere else in the room, a coffee in front of him and no one else around. Eesh, the atmosphere was rather awkward. Though it looked like Berserker hadn't noticed at the moment, though how long that would go on for was something she couldn't say. Yet, it was nice to see that he couldn't quite contain his curious nature, especially as he drummed his fingers on the countertop, eyes sweeping over the kitchen with an almost childish curiosity to them. He didn't say anything, but he didn't need to. A picture told 1,000 words and he was wearing a manifesto on his face. Well, when he finally did introduce himself properly, she expected he would have a good deal of confidence. Calamate seemed as though he had a flair for the dramatic, as all good creators did. And, yeah, Da Vinci sussed him out instantly. Berserker Calamate on his third ascension looks very humanesque, with him being a moderately tall person around Lancelot's height. Worry not though, the era of Calamate will return soon. You cannot keep a shonen protagonist down for long. By the Bonfire, Dreams of the Vanquished Part 3. He had no real way of knowing what was supposed to be going on here right now. In fact, this was something of a blur since he had started walking from the room he had been summoned into. He liked to have thought he kept his surprise to a minimum. Despite what he had showcased, he was trying to curb all of his questioning to a minimum from the very moment he appeared in the bleached metal room with the strange solid air in front of him. Though, there couldn't have been a worse duo for him to be stood before. He heard the summons easily enough. Or perhaps it was difficult, it had been aimed in the general direction of him but not quite towards him. He just grabbed hold of the summoning and followed it back to the source, which wound up with him standing in front of the two people he most certainly didn't want to be stood in front of. The biggest reason was shame. It was an entirely new emotion for him to feel. Not since he encountered the woodland knight in the snowy land did he feel shame such as this. Except this was much more intense, like an ugly spear buried in his gut, and the longer he looked at them and was looked at by them, the more hideous he felt. The only good news was that it didn't look as though they knew who he was, which was a small victory at best, but he wasn't sure how long he could keep up the deception. Vinci was smart. He knew he would need to be careful around her so that she didn't figure out who he was. After everything he boasted about being able to do and everything she had helped do for him in realizing his dream, it felt disgusting on a number of levels to be around her in any capacity. A deep-seated sense of failure, of wrongness. All pointed inwards, all the effort she put into teaching him and all the words they had traded, they had all been for nothing. Nothing but hollow air. They were so utterly wasted on him that it was a shame she had even spoken at all. He could just imagine the disgust on her face when she found out who he was, the revulsion when she realized that she was currently sitting across from the fool who had proclaimed his desire to usurp the human world only to have it revealed that he was little more than a tool for someone else all along. It was like a sensation of something crawling over his skin as he sat in front of her. He kept his eyes away, but he could tell she was watching him. Even if she said nothing, there was something about her gaze that always seemed more natural-born genius, he supposed. But as bad as Vinci was, there was someone who he felt a greater degree of embarrassment being around. The type of ugly feeling that made him want to just kill himself all over again the second she laid eyes on him. It was only because she didn't look as though she recognized him that he was able to hold in that urge to just rip out his own heart there and then. Olga Marie Animosphere. He could still hear his words as he proclaimed himself her rival. They bounced around in his head with such volume that they reverberated through his entire body. Just thinking about them made him physically cringe and wish he could take them back or punch out his past self for saying something so utterly stupid as that. It was presumptuous beyond anything he could possibly have imagined, and with the benefit of hindsight, he could see just how idiotic he was to say something like that. To call himself her rival was to say they were somehow equals, but he wasn't. He wasn't even close to being her equal, and he wasn't even close to being worthy of standing in front of someone like her. She who could command the very stars to her side deserved a better rival than someone who couldn't even figure out that their dreams were pointless from the very beginning. He just wished it had never happened. He wished that he had never been summoned there before, wished that Chaldea had been the one to call upon him first. Wished that he had met them like this before he had a chance to destroy every ounce of his development in a fit of arrogance. Eyes trailed down to the table, staring at the strange food in front of him and his lips being drawn into a line. It was fitting that everything had proceeded as it had. Perhaps this was the punishment dealt out to those who were stupid. If so, he probably deserved it, being the biggest fool of them all. Returning his attention to the one in front of him, he realized he had zoned out midway through whatever she was trying to say. Somewhat shameful of him to do, so caught up with his own self-depreciation that he ignored what Vinci had been trying to tell him. He watched as she regarded him with a flat look and then rolled her eyes, fixing him with a somewhat exasperated look, but not one that seemed offended by his lack of attention. Swallowing, she placed the small metal trident back on the plate, with a clanging sound, and then gestured towards his own tray of food. "Are you not going to touch it? It'll wind up cold at this rate." Cold. Ah, right. His food. His eyes slowly moved down towards his own plate, staring at it with a slightly bemused expression. Right hand slowly bringing itself up and his fingers pinching the side of the top bun, lifting it off the slab of meat in the center and staring at it. Watching the blood of the vegetable slid across the bottom of the bread, raising a single eyebrow as his gaze darted to and from the bread. There had never been a moment where he encountered something like this before. He had burned things before and turned them to ash, but this was a rather new experience for him. He wasn't quite aware that humans also burned their own foods to this extent to eat them. It would appear there were more than a few things that he was still rather ignorant about even now. He slowly lowered the bread back onto the burger and then resumed staring at it. He watched the way in which Vinci had eaten her own strange food, and yet he noticed he didn't have the same sort of weapons to cut up his own burger. Either he had been forgotten or this type of food did not require then. He assumed it was the latter, but he couldn't dismiss the former either. That being said, even if he had the small sword and trident, he didn't know of a way he could actually use them on, whatever this was. You can pick it up with your hands to eat it. Vinci replied in between bites. He blinked once and then nodded his head in understanding. So it was the type of food that could be eaten with one's own limbs. That seemed simple enough, he supposed. Yet there remained the question of why she had these instruments at her disposal and he didn't have. Was it some symbol of status? His eyes moved away from the burger and wandered around the room, narrowing his gaze on those who were similarly eating and noticing more of the miniature metal weapons dotted about the room. Namely, with some of the beings clad in metal or the strange man who wore a lot of purple and black with pale skin. Though he had some small bowl of some sorts which he routinely brought to his lips and drank from. Why do I not have the small weapons? Vinci snorted loudly, his head turned back to her and watched as she covered her mouth with her free hand, rolling her lips inwards and staring at him with disbelief, soon angling her head to the side to hide her expression. He felt a deep shame flood through his body as he understood the reaction she was having. Evidently he had just said something that made a fool of himself and now she was laughing at his idiocy. It was much too late to recall the remark, which meant he would simply have to live with it. The woman held up the flat of her left hand, her right formed into a fist that she started to beat against her chest, each strike eliciting a dull thud before she eventually opened her mouth and let out a wheezing noise. It's called cutlery. Cutlery. So that is what they were called as opposed to small weapons, though that did not quite explain why he hadn't received any. And burgers are finger foods. She explained further, letting out a slow breath as the amusement slowly trickled from her face. Leaning back into her chair and staring at him with a raised eyebrow and a glimmer of a smile on her features but nothing exaggerated. That means that eating them with stuff like a knife and fork is pretty uncommon. I figured you would probably appreciate something that wasn't complicated when it came to eating. A burger you can just stuff in your mouth and that's that. So she was being considerate rather than insulting. He looked down at the burger once more and slowly moved both his hands towards it. His large hand clamped down around it with enough force that he very nearly ended up crushing it within his palm. The thick red goo squired out from either side of the burger and fell onto the tray beneath him. He briefly stared at it for a moment, then returned to the burger and brought it close to himself. Opening up his mouth and taking a large bite from the food, drawing it to the back of his throat and then swallowing whole. He pulled the burger away and hummed in thought. It wasn't quite like anything he had experienced before, his mind struggling to comprehend exactly what he had just put in his mouth. His eyes lingered on the burger and stared at the mangled remains still in his hands. By all accounts, it did taste like cow, and yet there was such a difference between this and just eating a whole one that he could scarcely believe there was even a similarity between the two of them. He wanted more. Bringing the burger to his mouth once more, he quickly and rather loudly finished eating the remains of the lunch with all the grace that could have been expected from a dragon such as himself. Namely that his hands were smeared with tomato sauce and juices from the burger itself, to say nothing of his face, which currently held more in common with a painting than anything else. His eyes remained fixed on his empty hands, staring at the gauntlets that were covered with the remains of his food. A frown slowly came upon his lips as he realized that there was nothing left of the burger. Lowering his hands back onto the table with a dull thud which rocked the furniture, he felt the frown slowly shift into something else. He felt dejection at the loss of the burger. He'd been too quick and now it was gone, never to return. He wished he had savored it more now. Drumming his hands on the table, he stared at the remains before his gaze slowly slid onto his fingers. Turning his hand over and examining the traces of sauce and juice over the gauntlets. He felt his throat run dry, his mouth turned wet. An idea sprung forth into his mind as he slowly picked his hand off the table and brought it closer to his face. Absolutely not. A voice rang through the air, accompanied by a sudden pressure that had his pupils shrink into pinpricks. He tore his sight from his hand and towards the direction of the voice, feeling the pressure get stronger and stronger as the familiar scent and taste of the flamed kin, a god, flooded his senses. His eyes flickered over the scenery, narrowing his eyes and feeling confusion soon replaced the irritation. He didn't see any of the flame kin. All he saw was some small-looking girl with golden bird wings and a white dress marching towards him with a tray of food in her hands. What looked like some sort of stew or collection of slashed-up vegetables upon a bed of grain. It didn't make much sense to him, though he didn't know why this girl was approaching him nor why the sensation of a god was getting closer and closer. Wait. His brows furrowed, he watched the girl stop at the side of his table. She looked as though she was going to glare at him, then slammed her tray on the table next to him. He blinked looking down at the food for a moment and then back at the small girl, goddess. He mentally corrected himself, yet he was having trouble putting the two of them together. He remembered the flame kin well enough. Each of them were powerful beings who could be more than a match for his physical strength. Their presence was one he was intimately familiar with, and yet when he looked at this girl she looked so small. Were they always this small? He barely even registered the moment the girl whipped some small white cloth from the plate and then snapped her attention back onto him, a look of complete focus on her face as she leaned in closer. Calamate found himself leaning backwards as she brought up the cloth towards his face. When she finally noticed he was retreating, her eyes narrowed further. Her left hand blurred forwards and grabbed him by the underside of his chin and pulled forwards. At the same time her right hand darted forwards and he suddenly found the girl wiping a cloth all over his face. All the while, there was the same look of frustration on her face as she zealously scrubbed his face with the white cloth. Honestly, some of the mortals in Chaldea really need to learn some manners. Father always taught me the importance of good manners and I can't abide seeing other people eat so messily, she moaned as she continued to wipe down his face. He was so shocked that he found himself utterly unable to so much as move, eyes locked onto the small goddess in front of him with nothing less than bewilderment. A mixture of her small stature, lack of hostility and complete ignorance to what he added up as one deluge of confusion. He couldn't properly wrap his mind around what was going on. Not even after she pulled her hand away from his face and then placed her hands on her hips. Did your parents never instruct upon you the graces of good manners and basic hygiene? The goddess probed further, raising an eyebrow and looking him up and down before her eyes landed on his still raised arms. Eyes narrowed further and she pointed towards the hand with a look of clear accusation. In fact, were you about to start? She shuddered for a moment, a look of revulsion on her face, licking the juices from your dirty armor. Yes. He could do nothing but admit what he was going to do. It felt as though his head was spinning around. At this point, thoughts of the goddess trying to strike him down with miracles was as far from his mind as it could possibly be. She stared at him for a moment, then her brow visibly twitched. Unbelievable. Her right hand swung forwards, throwing the white cloth, now stained, into his chest and dropping it onto his lap. Are we just allowing savages to go roaming the halls of Chaldea at this rate? She pointed to the ground. Are we going to start eating from the ground like wolves? The goddess paused, then placed her hands on her hips. Of course not, because even Sif has enough basic sense to wash his face after he finishes eating his dinner. The girl turned onto Vinci as he remained frozen in his stupor, raising a single eyebrow at the brunette. And you, how long were you going to sit there and watch him make a fool of himself like that in front of everyone? A lasting impression like that will make people believe he's an uneducated barbarian. A what? Calamate felt his brows furrow. There were words in there but he didn't understand half of what the goddess was saying. He could infer that she was insulting him but it wasn't because he was a dragon. He was certain that she didn't know he was a dragon, but he knew what she was. The full weight of her existence settled in his mind. He felt his features go cold and his eyes distant the longer he stared at the girl. She might have been small and all else, but she was still a goddess. One of those who had butchered his people to a hatchling without a care in the world or even thinking about asking why they were doing it in the first place. He privately wondered how many silver knights she commanded to her beck and call. Perhaps she also partook in some of the slaughter of his people. And she was standing right here, without even a care in the world and without even understanding who she was standing next to. It was almost sad, though whether it was for him to realize this or her for her ignorance, he wasn't sure. Either way, he soon found himself clenching his jaw and turning away from the girl. Slowly sliding his own tray away from himself and placing his arms down on the table in front of himself. His eyes gradually pulled themselves shut and he did his best to ignore her voice. Perhaps he could have managed that, yet it was quickly put on hold, but the sheer brightness that came with the fact there was a goddess stood not even a foot from him and was acting as though she had never done anything wrong in her left. His hands opened and closed, eventually drawing themselves tight into a fist as he lowered his head down and faced the table, all while his eyes remained closed. Focusing his mind was simpler, yet he could not ignore the presence. As though his eyes were open. "Are you even listening to me?" The goddess continued on, now sounding more irritated than before with a note of exasperation. "I can tell you have some pretty terrible luck, I can always turn it around, you know." She let the words hang in the air. He responded with silence. Quite frankly, the idea of getting anything from this one felt as though it would be spitting upon the memories of his brothers and sisters. "Hey," the goddess whined, "a genuine goddess of fortune is offering to provide you with a blessing. This is the sort of thing that most humans would leap at the chance of getting." He tightened his features further, feeling his armored fingers clench tighter and tighter. A faint groaning of metal reached his ears as his armor was put under increasing strain. He didn't want to get violent, but the longer she spoke, the more he thought about his own people and Caffrey. Anger washed away at the voice of Vinci, a touch of strained tension in the words of the caster piqued his interest ever so slightly. He wasn't sure where this was coming from. He slowly cracked his right eye open and glanced at the brunette woman. Her expression was a touch troubled, though she was smiling at the goddess rather patiently. "Probably not the best time, though I do appreciate what you're trying to do here," she assured the goddess with a wave of her hand. Berserker is a little shy and isn't used to getting crowded." His left eye opened to join his right, his brows slowly furrowed as he stared at the woman for a moment longer. Soon his attention returned to the goddess as she gasped, a genuine look of panic washing over her face as she froze on the spot, awkwardly looking between himself and Vinci for a few seconds, then cringed. "Ah, right. Sorry, most mortals probably aren't used to getting crowded by the gods suddenly. Especially having one show up in their face." The girl cleared her throat, puffing out her chest and then facing him once more with a more reserved expression. "You have my utmost apologies for being so direct. However, I wish to impress upon you the importance of good manners." She leaned forwards, taking her tray off the table and then bowing her head once. "As you were, mortal." Without a further word, she turned and floated away from him, golden wings carrying her nearly a foot off the ground as she moved back in the direction she had come from. Calamate watched her depart in silence, then felt his tension slowly leave him as he closed his eyes, his breath finding its way back into his lungs and the desire to just get away vanished into nothing. His eyes returned to Vinci and looked her up and down. Shy. He probably wouldn't have described himself like, but if that was how he appeared, then that was how he appeared. Either way, he was rather grateful for what Vinci had done for him. Calamate wasn't sure how much longer he could have handled being around the small goddess before he reacted to her and exposed himself. It would appear he owed Vinci once again for something that he couldn't repay her for. All the same, he shifted in his seat, bringing his arms closer to himself and thinning his lips. Nodding his head to the woman. "Thank you," he muttered to her quietly. He was being as genuine as he could manage. "I am not comfortable around gods or goddesses." Drumming his fingers on the table once more, he shifted himself once again and glanced off to the side. Just over the shoulder of Vinci and towards the kitchen, he briefly paused when he made eye contact with the woman of blood hair. Boudica, he recalled her name was. The woman stared at him with a look he didn't quite understand. Then her eyes drifted between himself and the direction the goddess had flown off to for a few seconds before they slowly drew themselves into a thin line, a strange look remaining on her face as she eyed him one final time, then returned to what she had been doing before. Calamate fought back a frown, but his brows did pinch ever so slightly. Not quite understanding what that peculiar look of hers was about, It almost looked for a moment as though she had been able to determine what his problem was. Yet that was impossible. He did not recognize her and she had no way to recognize him. There would be no way for her to understand what had happened just there. He closed his eyes and quickly shook his own head, likely just a trick of the mind and nothing more. Perhaps he was simply being overly worried about being discovered. Vinci's voice brought him back into the conversation at hand. Don't apologize for that. Probably my fault for dragging you here of all places. The brunette mumbled to herself with a guilty look that he didn't quite understand. You couldn't have known. She didn't reply to that, instead staring at him with a pained grimace for a moment before she exhaled, leaning forwards and pinching the bridge of her nose. A shallow sigh escaped her as she wet her lips. He stared at her in a silence she reciprocated. It was difficult to tell what she was actually thinking in that moment. He never claimed to be an expert on reading the emotions of humans, so he didn't know what Vinci was currently thinking. All he could do was imagine what her current train of thoughts were. The woman lowered her hand from her face, then opened her mouth to speak before she paused and tilted her head to the side. Her brows furrowed somewhat and she glanced away from him and off in another direction for a moment. A frown coming upon her features as her hand moved towards the small silver bracelet around her wrist, pressing her index finger on it. A moment later, a small blue man appeared. It did not look like the communication disc he was familiar with, but he believed they served the same purpose. Calamate just didn't know they could come in other shapes. His eyes landed on the figure, tilting his head slightly and his brows furrowing in thought. The small man looked familiar. If he was to hazard a guess he would say it was the man, Romani. That was his name, Romani. Vinci seemed to think highly of him, so there must have been something about him to win the attention of the woman. Romani looked around for a moment, then blinked as he stared at Calamate himself. Oh, I didn't know that we had another servant here. He nodded to himself in silence for a second, then swiftly jolted and leaned forwards. Wait a second, there's another servant here. I wasn't informed of this. When did this happen? Vinci rolled her eyes. It happened rather recently, Romani, and it was the director who summoned him. The man gaped, seriously. So far the director has only been able to summon things like golems because of their lack of personalities. A smile slowly emerged on his face before it slowly shifted into a thoughtful-looking frown. His right hand came up and cupped his chin. Hang on a second, I thought the aptitude of the director hadn't changed all that much, or it hadn't since the last test we ran on her. How could she summon a servant if her aptitude was so low? Those were words that he didn't quite understand, at least not fully. Though he believed he was able to interpret what exactly was being said. It sounded to him as though Olga Marie wasn't supposed to have been able to summon him, which didn't make much sense to him. She had met him on the field of battle with many other servants, so why were they saying that she couldn't summon anyone? If he could summon servants, then it only made sense that Olga would be capable of that and more. Especially considering that she was probably better than him. Given the number of servants he had seen around Chaldea so far, it was clear that Olga was much, much better than him. So how come they were talking about her in such a negative way? At least it didn't sound insulting, it just didn't make sense to him. Vinci shrugged her shoulders. Chaldea is quickly becoming the place where the impossible becomes just another Tuesday, she joked with a twitch of her lip. Besides, it should also go without saying that the director wasn't Rayshift compatible either. That should no longer be considered something set in stone given that she is now capable of entering singularities as well. Romani was silent for a moment, then gave a nod of begrudging agreement. True enough, but that seemed to have been a result of the singularity in Fuyuki and the subsequent influence of Chaldeas on her, granting her the ability to rayshift. I still don't understand how she was able to maintain that ability even after she came back to life, he remarked. Calamate blinked. She what? The man continued on, though I'm not going to complain about it. The director did some good work in Scandinavia and Rome combined, and it's nice that Fujimaru-kun has some reinforcements here and there. His face gradually pulled itself into a grimace. Especially what with recent events, but yeah, probably not something worth thinking too deeply about. Looking a gift horse in the mouth and all that. He finished rather lamely, though Calamate was too preoccupied with the words he had spoken. Came back to life. Did that not imply that? He blinked, slowly furrowing his brows and looking away to the side, scrunching his face up in thought and only barely paying attention to the conversation between Vinci and Romani. The genius cleared her throat, giving the man a pointed look. Interesting as this is, I take it you didn't call me just to start passing around gossip, did you? She fell silent for a moment, then an unusually serious expression passed across her face. Is it Fujimaru? Fujimaru-kun is fine, or, well, as fine as he can be. Romani assured her in a rather strained voice, not that Calamate knew who they were talking about. But they sounded at least somewhat important, so perhaps he would need to ask about them. Physically anyway, no sign of any changes both good and bad, which is, probably for the immediate best right now. But no, I was calling about the readings we managed to record from Mash and Fujimaru-kun during their mission in London. I'm not sure what else you're dealing with at the moment, but I just figured I would let you know about them. Some of the data still needs to be looked at regarding the bounded field that cloaked them from us and all of that. Another silence followed, then he added on. Also, the director sent me a message a few minutes ago to make sure that you were still on task with what you said you were going to do. That being a report on the newly summoned servant, and I just realized, I haven't introduced myself yet and we've been holding this entire conversation right in front of you. The man muttered, shaking his head from side to side and putting on a rather troubled face. Hello. I'm Dr. Romani Archaman, head of medical in Chaldea and current leader of the Reshift department. The man finished with a wave of his hand, some measure of greeting. Calamate silently brought up his own hand and responded in kind. I suppose it should go without saying, but thanks for showing up. We're really in a pickle at the moment because of things I am not supposed to talk about and should probably leave before I end up blurting out. Vinci let out a small breath of amusement. At least you're aware of it, Romani. Besides, I doubt Berserker is going to be going around letting loose any sort of secrets that he hears, and he hasn't been around long enough to understand half of what goes on in Chaldea. Her other hand rested itself upon the table, she nodded her head up and down. Though in regards to the message from the director, she is probably right, no sense in putting it off and all that. In spite of saying that, Vinci regarded him with what he imagined to be a nervous and somewhat reluctant gaze. As though she didn't want to leave him and attend to her own affairs. If he was keeping her from doing her work, as he privately suspected, then it was rather important that she return to what she was supposed to be doing. Jerking his head at her, he waved his hand. You should not go out of your way for me. If there are things that need to be done, then you should do them. They are likely to be more important than myself anyway. Matter of perspective on that part. Vinci replied rather quickly and with a tone of voice that was rather bland. As though she was forcing the emotion from her own speech. He fought back a shiver at the look in her eyes, as though he was being admonished once again by the likes of Artoria, though he wasn't sure what he had said to earn such a feeling. He quickly averted his gaze from her, though he could still feel that stare aimed at him for a few moments longer. I don't suppose you would be willing to wait here until I come back, would you? I'd take you with me, but I'm probably going to be encountering some people you might not want to meet. There are other gods here, aren't there? That was the only thing he could think of, closing his eyes once more and fighting back the shudder that ran through his body at the thought of having to encounter more of them. At least he didn't recognize any of them, at least not truly. The Silver Knight was more of a distant figure, and there was no guarantee they served during the war against his people. Not that it afforded them any leeway, but at this stage, he likely didn't deserve to start doling out punishment. Not after his pointless affairs. Vinci hummed in affirmation. She did not speak the words, but she did not need to. When she did end up speaking again, it was in a slightly rushed voice and one he assumed was meant to bring reassurance. Don't worry though, I can't see it taking all that long to get everything done, and I know the kitchen staff will be more than happy to help you get to know all the important stuff. They're lovely people like that. Well, maybe Archer is a bit cynical, but he's still recovering, so he shouldn't be here. Calamate opened his eyes once more, turning them onto Vinci and watching her pick herself out of the chair, still regarding him with a smile as she slowly backed away from him. Bad timing on everyone's part, this. Turning away from him, she looked to the red-haired woman and pointed in his general direction. Make sure he doesn't feel too out of place. First time being around so many people, I don't want him to start feeling pressured and all that. Boudica squinted at Vinci, then looked at him, then back to Vinci before she gradually raised an eyebrow at the genius. If I didn't know better, I would have asked if we just ended up summoning your son or something. Given the way you seem to be babying them. The woman tilted her head, then offered a smile. Not that I'm going to complain about it, but you just didn't seem that sort. Vinci paused, then frowned, placing her hands on her hips. Hey, I can be mothering, I raised Mash, I'll have you know. She jutted forth her chin, a smug aura surrounded her as she boasted rather loudly. She held the pose for a few moments before she loosened it again. Given the number of godly related spirits we have around Chaldea and Berserker's problem with the gods. Say no more. Boudica didn't even let her finish her sentence before she was nodding her head in agreement, evidently taking Vinci by surprise as well given how the genius blinked several times, then uncrossed her arms and lowered them back to her side. Boudica offered her own faint smile. Don't look so shocked, I never said I was against trying to make new servants feel welcome. Besides, I'm feeling pressured by Sigward to present a welcoming side to Chaldea in spite of all that's going on. Vinci chortled, he has that effect, doesn't he? He's got something going for him and I'm certain it's more than just a low rank of charisma. Boudica rolled her eyes, then jerked her head to the door. Never mind all that, just hurry along to where you need to be. I'll make sure that Berserker can at least see that Chaldea isn't always a dreary sort of place. Dreary place. Calamate furrowed his brows, then turned his head, eyes sweeping across the room. Each and every face he landed upon was focused on, studying their every feature and expression. He hadn't noticed it at first, but now that he looked again, there did seem to be something off about this place. It wasn't quite what he had expected it to be, though he wasn't entirely sure what he was supposed to be expecting in the first place. It just seemed as though there was something missing here. Perhaps not missing as much as it was something that had been removed. His eyes landed on the woman in the far corner, staring at an empty chair with an odd look on her face. There was something about that look which he understood immediately, something that he could say he mirrored before in his life. It was a look as though she had lost something important to her. Or perhaps, someone. Calamate turned his head towards the direction of the man in purple, sat completely by himself with an expression devoid of emotion. Yet he looked rather alone. Bringing his head back around, Calamate found his attention on the table, barely even noticing that Vinci had departed by now. His lips slowly curled down into a frown, his hands resting on the table and drumming away on the surface. That was it. Chaldea didn't feel like he had felt. At least how he felt when he was still under the mistaken belief his choices mattered. There was it was difficult to describe, almost as though the air itself was alive. There was something that hung around him in those moments, a connection between himself and his sisters. Something which could only be described as family. Yes, that seemed as though it was a good word for it. Chaldea felt less bonded. It felt as though things were missing from this room, people were missing from this room. Had something happened before his arrival here? Even Olga seemed slightly different to how he remembered, surely not that much time had passed. They also spoke of summoning someone else, but all he saw was the metallic servant who he had fought against in the land of snow. Surely they could not have been referring to bringing that one back, he had not slain them to his knowledge. It was rather unusual. Even if Da Vinci had not asked her, Boudica would still have kept an eye on Berserker. If only because of the look he gave the goddess Caffrey when she approached him, or rather the way in which he acted. That was a reaction that couldn't be hidden, she would know that just as well as anyone else. The moment the goddess had approached Berserker, he had frozen up as though he'd seen a ghost and then coiled in on himself. It looked as though he had been cycling through a fight-or-flight response for a few seconds, and when he finally opted to stay, he closed himself off and went tense. Boudica had been half expecting him to yell out or scream at the goddess. It wasn't for anything Caffrey had seemingly done. The girl might have gotten in his face, but that was more of a case of chiding him for his eating habits, which were unclean to say the least. Savage would have been a more appropriate word for them, except she had seen Sif, the giant wolf, eat with more reservation than Berserker. The way in which he stared at his food made it look as though he'd never eaten something like it before in his life, which was certainly possible, but Boudica sensed there might have been more to it than that. Not to mention the armor that was deceivingly well constructed. Even if it looked like slapped together clumps of metal, she could tell it was of an exceedingly good quality. She would have thought he was some manner of knight, save for the way he carried himself. But returning to his look, that was what truly caught her eye most of all. That expression was a deeply personal one, that blank look of barely restrained fury. It was a small wonder Caffrey had not been able to sense the murderous intentions directed towards her despite being so close to him. That was what put her on edge first, or perhaps it was because she likely wore a similar expression when she first saw Nero. Though Caffrey herself didn't seem to have any legends relating to her being involved in battles, it was likely directed to what she was rather than who she was. Which meant that Berserker clearly took issue with the gods, but he had held himself back enough to not immediately snap at the child. It also looked as though Da Vinci was partially aware of it, given the way she had frozen up the moment Caffrey approached. It likely meant that the caster knew more than she was letting on about the Berserker, but was, for some unknown reason, keeping it all a secret. That was what she had inferred even without Da Vinci telling her that Berserker had a problem with the gods. He hadn't made much of an effort to hide his discomfort within moments of the goddess approaching him. Though she could have sworn that, for a split second, he looked as though he was going to leap out of his skin like she was hot to the touch. That spoke of more than primal rage. That reaction was born of fear. Pure and simple. Now though, Berserker was glancing around the room with an increasingly troubled expression on his face. It didn't look as though he was so much lost as though he was thinking about something and letting his mind wander away from his surroundings. The way in which he kept looking at the servants, first at Beatrice and then at Mozart, and then frowning even deeper, was starting to press upon her curiosity. There was clearly something going on with Berserker, or something that he noticed which he was more than a little troubled by. No harm in approaching him on that front. Besides, they were going to be fighting side by side in the future, so it made sense to at least get some discussion in with them about their time and thoughts of Chaldea thus far. It might have also been his look when he first wandered in here and his look when he was given his food for the first time. He had this aura of a lost duckling following after the first thing it imprinted on. Which, given his size and appearance, was most certainly bewildering to her, but not necessarily in a bad way. Turning her attention to Sigurd, she called out to him, "Watch over the kitchen for a moment, I'm going to make our newest member feel welcome." Sigurd finished her sentence without even looking at her. The man rumbled a pleased chuckle as he wiped down the side. "You need not explain anything to me, Boudica. We can spare you for as much time as you need." Turning to face her, he placed his hand on the counter and leaned over it, a smile etched upon his face. "Foods can be easily redone, a first impression not so much." Boudica raised an eyebrow at him. "More of your wisdom of the heart." She gave a light tease with her own smile aimed at him. Sigurd, as expected, nodded his head up and down, naturally. This comes from a great deal of experience in making friends with all manner of peculiar fellows and strange beings from across the lands. He waved his hand as he spoke to punctuate the sentence. Each one of them relied upon the perfect first impression to convey the type of man I was, like being stuck in an elevator. She snorted, rolling her lips inwards and closing her eyes, aiming her head down for a moment before it returned to its original state. Opening her eyes once more and offering a lopsided smile. "It has gotten to a point where I am completely unsurprised by whatever you might say and am convinced you have at least one first impression that revolves around you being fast asleep." "I do. That was how I met my brother's wife." He beamed at that, looking rather proud of himself before returning to his original task. But enough about my long-winded tales. Go and forge your own bonds of friendship, Boudica. I dare say that Berserker looks like a pup stranded on an island out there by himself. She could hear the sadness in his voice. Poor fellow seems rather out of it. Something piqued your interest. Perhaps, but I won't try to make my own little guesses on such things. Sigurd dismissed with a wave of his hand. That would be terribly rude of me. He was silent for a moment, then turned his head to look over his shoulder. Though I would ask if it would be possible to teach him some manners. Not to mock his eating habits, but I am more concerned for how he might appear to others. He pursed his lips. We wouldn't want anyone thinking he's a mindless brute based on how he eats food. Well, there was that as well. He was certainly the messiest eater in Chaldea, so trying to get him to learn some basic table manners would probably go far. Nodding to Sigurd, she moved her hands behind her back and untied the apron, walking around and hanging it up on the nearby hook before making her way to the dining room itself. It was likely telling that Berserker did not notice her approach, so consumed in though that when she was finally upon him and at the foot of the table, he noticed her and visibly started at her sudden appearance. Heterochromatic eyes widened briefly before they swung back to the spot where she had been when he last looked at her. The face of Berserker was like an open book, surprise flashing through his features, which quickly gave rise to confusion as he looked between the two spots. Then he tilted his head to one side and raised an eyebrow at her. How did you get here? She offered an amused smile, crossing her arms under her chest. I walked. You were just a little too absorbed in thought to notice that I was approaching though. She nodded towards the empty seat in front of him. Do you mind if I? He stared at her in silence, then furrowed his brows. If you. Boudica blinked once, then clarified, is it all right if I sit down here as well? I have no problems with it. Berserker replied to her, shrugging his shoulders and then returning his attention to the room with the thoughtful look coming upon his features once more. Armored hands still resting upon the table and his fingers drumming up and down on the surface. Her eyes roamed across his body for a moment, then landed back on his head. His posture was a bit looser now, he looked more comfortable but remained on edge. Is this because Vinci asked you? She would have replied to the question, except something else caught her attention first. Vinci. I didn't know you two were that close. Even for the eccentric caster, that seemed to be a rapid development for a servant who was summoned today, and unless she had gotten the completely wrong impression of Berserker, he didn't seem the extroverted type to start handing out nicknames on the fly. Berserker froze for a split second, a brief look of panic crossed his features before he kept his eyes from her. At this point, Boudica pondered if he really was something of a child or at least someone who hadn't been taught an awful lot growing up, given the expressions he was wearing. It might have just been that he was an exceedingly honest sort, which seemed more appropriate. And no, we're not, I have never been in the same room with them until today. Until today implied that they had met with them before but hadn't interacted physically, yet there weren't any reports of encountering friendly servants during the Singularities who acted as this one had, nor did he match any of the descriptions that were available. Quite the conundrum. I see. She replied in a vague tone, keeping the intrigue off her face before she glanced towards his place. I take it you enjoyed your food then. With the same greed that he displayed when he destroyed his burger, Berserker ravenously leapt at the new conversation topic with a great deal of enthusiasm. Nodding his head up and down repeatedly, I did, yes. Enjoying it when you miss it when it's gone. Then I enjoyed it. Do humans always eat like that? Ah. So he wasn't human, was he? She wouldn't have been able to guess that. He looked human enough and didn't feel like one of the gods they had around Chaldea. He certainly felt powerful, but it wasn't divine power. How curious, there seemed an almost feral aspect to him as well. As for his question, well, sometimes. There is a whole menu to sample from. Boudica pointed out, all sorts of different types of foods from all over the world and the different time periods. Main problem we have is getting the resources for them. Considering we're somewhat dependent on the Singularities to keep our stores supplied with fresh produce. There were some strange spells that kept the vegetables from rotting, but at the same time there wasn't a spell for replicating them. Perhaps, what they really needed was some sort of indoor vegetable patch. She was aware that such things existed, but it was a matter of getting both the soil and the seeds for them, as well as clearing out space for something such as that and people to work them over so they didn't die. Boudica was many things, but she wasn't really a farmer, and she didn't know any servants in Chaldea who were farmers either. Perhaps Beatrice might have a clue, but then she might also be making assumptions based on the whole, which of the woods' angle. It was more likely that Beatrice was just exceedingly good at camping. Berserker looked at her thoughtfully, nodding his head up and down and then muttering to himself, leaning back into his chair and pinching his chin between his fingers. So humans need to create farms, but this place has no dirt, so how would they make a farm? The outside is snow, He drew his hand from his chin. Do you always need to go to, Singularities to get food? Boudica blinked. This wasn't a conversation she was expecting to have, but there was nothing wrong with it. Recently, yes. With the modern world incinerated, we're pretty much reliant on that. Sure, the servants could probably go without eating as well, and that would probably seem the smarter option considering we don't need food, but, she hummed, shrugging her shoulders. Well, when you've got all these servants, some of them need ways to keep their minds away from the problems, and food is a good distraction. Both eating and making it. A hum was her answer, though Berserker looked away from her once more and furrowed his brows. Tell me something, perhaps I am imagining it, but I cannot help but notice that there is something wrong. Even he could see that, could he? Problem after the latest singularity. Boudica explained to him, Master is currently incapacitated and, we lost more than a few servants down there to something. She thinned her lips. Information regarding what happened is hard to come by, and I'm hardly going to start believing whatever Sullivan is peddling, but at the same time, no one has seen or heard from Ash, and you probably don't know what I'm talking about. Sighing to herself, she rubbed her forehead. Never mind that right now, probably a dour topic. I would like to hear of it all the same. Berserker replied slowly, adjusting himself in his seat. I would assume that this is also troubling Olga Marie. I would say she is, on edge. Like a limb pushed too far. An apt analogy, she supposed. I think we're all a bit like that right now. Something happened and no one really knows what. You'll probably hear about all this from someone else. It would be better he learned it from her than from someone else who would be shamelessly peddling an agenda. If I were to hazard a guess, I'd say it's related to Ash. Ash, you said that name twice now. Berserker frowned in thought, then leaned forwards. Can you speak of them further? And Calamate and Boudica, both having to work side by side with the people they don't like. Fun times all around. The next chapter is an Ash chapter. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.